The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1521. One Step Away Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. The third round of the group arena soon began. On Happy's side was Mo Fan and his deception. On Tyranny's side was Zhang Jiao and dazzling 100 blossoms. He had sacrificed much to win over Ye Xiu. Dazzling 100 blossoms had nearly no health or mana left. He had almost no combat capabilities. This fight would end without any suspense. Even so, Mo Fan played cautiously like he always did. When the round began, he didn't hurry to approach his opponent. However, with how small and simple the map was, even if he didn't hurry over, what else could he do? Chen Guo had been keeping up with the matches this season from up close. She also had many glory experts surrounding her, constantly giving her pointers. Her knowledge had improved day by day. Before the two had even begun fighting, she suddenly realized something. Picking this map might not be favorable for Tyranny facing Ye Xiu's unspecialized. However, this map would be used by every player participating in the group arena. Who else did Happy have besides Ye Xiu? Chen Guo obviously knew what Happy's lineup was for the group arena. After Mo Fan was Sima Cheng, then Fang Rui, and finally Tang Ru. Mo Fan's fireworks style required a lot of space to maneuver around in. As for Sima Cheng, the launcher's biggest strength was their ultra-long range. And for Fang Rui, the more complicated the terrain, the more opportunities he had to display his dirtiness. But the arena, there was nowhere to hide, and the map was small. Happy's 3 players would suffer because this map would restrict their playstyles to a certain extent. This was the complete reason behind Tyranny choosing the arena. Force Ye Xiu into an intense fight to exhaust him. And once Ye Xiu was gone, the arena would become Tyranny's advantage. Zhang Jiao wasn't able to survive for long and quickly left the stage. Tyranny's third player was Qin Mayan. Qin Mayan's -9 degrees was a sharpshooter. This map was slightly cramped for sharpshooters, but Qin Mayan was an expert at picking spots. In a wide open space without any obstructions, movement became crucial for attack and defense. Although Qin Mayan's class was restricted by this map, his exceptional talent at positioning was perfectly suited for this map. The others on Happy watched the match with solemn expressions. They had realized this point earlier than Chen Guo had. It was because of this that Chen Guo's plan wouldn't work out. Because Happy's next players would be restricted by this map, Ye Xiu could not afford to hold back. He had to do his utmost to win as big of a lead as possible for Happy to reduce the pressure on them. Ye Xiu had done an outstanding job. He had faced Lin Jingyan and Zhang Jiao, 2 formidable opponents, and nearly completed a 1v2. Happy had a 1-player lead, but would it be enough to equalize the disadvantage that 3 of their players would face? The fight between Mo Fan and Qin Mayan began. Mo Fan didn't hurry to charge over, but Qin Mayan, -9 degrees, raised his gun and began firing immediately. His attack range could cover the distance between their 2 spawn points. The loud sounds of gunfire reverberated throughout the stadium. Mo Fan's deception moved nimbly about, trying to use his speed to get into Qin Mayan's dead angles. But what happened next gave everyone an even clearer understanding of Qin Mayan's ability to pick spots. The arena was considered unfavorable for long-ranged classes, but nevertheless, Qin Mayan was still able to freely kite around. -9 degrees wasn't just standing there, he was also moving. Every step of his match deceptions. The distance between the two would sometimes decrease and sometimes increase, but after a few back and forths, it would always go back to what it was in the beginning. In an open map like the arena, it was a pure contest of who had better movement. And in this fight, it was obvious who was superior. Mo Fan had succeeded many times in escaping from huge chaotic battlefields in the game. He naturally had extraordinary skill in that domain, but there was a huge difference between a huge chaotic battlefield and a 1v1. Mo Fan had been trained in an unorthodox way, while Qin Mayan had trained under standard professional procedures. His ability to pick spots was detailed and meticulous. His every action was backed by clear logical reasoning. 10 years of glory, innovation, and improvement had produced this fighting method, and Qin Mayan was executing it perfectly. Tyranny's players weren't just heroes who knew only how to fight fiercely. Qin Mayan, Song Qiying, the two talented rookies that had come from Tyranny, had the mark of their vice-captain Zhang Xinji, careful and meticulous. Mo Fan was clearly losing in this contest of positioning. Compared to Qin Mayan's precise positioning, Mo Fan's positioning seemed right but was actually wrong. Oftentimes, he himself wouldn't know why he took that step. It had come to him instinctively out of habit. This was the biggest flaw of someone who had been trained in an unorthodox way, and it could clearly be seen through Mo Fan. Mo Fan quickly realized that he had no way of closing in on his opponent purely relying on his own movements. He could only try a few attacks. Ninjas had a few mid-ranged attacks, so when the distance between the two characters pulled a bit closer, Deception attacked. Shuriken. A shuriken was thrown. It was the ninja's lowest-level ninja tool. It didn't deal much damage, but it inflicted a brief stun. As a result, it was very useful for interrupting skills. However, sharpshooter skills didn't have cast times, so the shuriken's threat was rather limited against them. Mo Fan's reason for choosing this skill wasn't at random. At this distance, even if the shuriken hit, the brief stun wouldn't be enough to give Mo Fan any sort of advantage, so it wouldn't pose a problem for Qin Mayan if he didn't have his -9 degrees dodge. Most people would make this judgment and ignore the shuriken. However, Glory was a game with very precise mechanics. The effects from a skill would vary depending on where it landed on the opponent. Mo Fan's deception threw this shuriken, seeking this precise effect. His target was -9 degrees, right wrist. During combat, the arms would often be moving, so the chances of hitting the wrist was extremely low. But for sharpshooters, their arms wouldn't move nearly as much as fighter classes who would be throwing out punches left and right. Mo Fan saw an opportunity and had Deception throw a shuriken. When a shuriken hit the wrist, the stun effect wouldn't affect the entire body, but the stun time would be longer. Sharpshooters used both their hands to fire their guns. A temporary stun on the wrist would be enough to create an opening for an attack. His reasoning was sound, and even when he threw out the shuriken, no one had seen through it. Throwing a shuriken towards the body and throwing a shuriken towards the wrist looked nearly identical. It was almost impossible to distinguish between the slight difference in angle. If Qin Mayan waited until after the shuriken before realizing it, it would be too late for him to dodge. Any ordinary person would not have been able to see through his calculations. When Deception suddenly attacked, Pan Lin got excited. But after shouting out the skill shuriken, his voice suddenly went from loud to quiet. The final Ken syllable exposed his disappointment. He clearly recognized that the attack was meaningless. Qin Mayan could completely ignore it and have -9 degrees continue attacking to punish Deception for his misplay. But to his surprise, Qin Mayan did not ignore it. -9 degrees kept attacking, but he also took a step to dodge the shuriken. Was that necessary? Pan Lin was in a daze. Even though dodging it didn't seem to take him much effort, this was a high-level confrontation. A wasted movement that seemed to not matter could be a sign of a deficiency in the details. Qin Mayan is being very cautious, Li Yibo said. He hadn't noticed the trouble that shuriken would have caused -9 degrees either. He was right, though. In reality, Qin Mayan hadn't seen through Mo Fan's plan either, but he chose to dodge anyways out of caution. Since it didn't disrupt his tempo, he didn't care about a possibly wasted movement, so he dodged. A deficiency in the details. Being hit by the shuriken would have been a deficiency in the details. In comparison to getting hit by it, it would be better to take the initiative to react to it. The shuriken missed, and the dodge from Qin Mayan had been the right move. He didn't give Mo Fan an opening. Since his plan had failed, he could only force his way to Qin Mayan. Deception moved to the side, ready to rush forward. However, this slight movement to the side drew a reaction from Qin Mayan as well. -9 degrees took a step to the side, and from his new viewpoint, he could see Deception's hands. Hand seals. Deception was forming hand seals. He had attempted to hide his intentions by that slight movement to the side. Qin Mayan hadn't neglected this sort of ninja trick. He had his -9 degrees follow along. He noticed the hand seals, but he couldn't tell what ninjutsu Mo Fan was planning on using. In any case, getting away from his current position would not be wrong. -9 degrees continued to move. His aim was to find a new spot where he could maintain the same type of suppression onto Deception. -9 degrees moved back, while Deception moved forward. Shadow clone technique. Mo Fan had wanted to use this skill to get close, but Qin Mayan had taken precautions. It was Mo Fan's first time getting this close to his target, but he was off by just one step. Just one step was enough for Qin Mayan to set up his wall again. The fourth round of the group arena ended in Tyranny's victory. Chapter 1522, Snowflake Firing Line. Chapter 1522, Snowflake Firing Line. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. A crushing defeat. Qin Mayan's playstyle might not have been as hot-blooded or as tough as Tyranny's fans would have liked, but winning with such dominance was still something that they enjoyed. Thunderous cheers greeted Mo Fan as he left his booth. It wasn't his first time fighting against Qin Mayan. Last time, it had been the group arena too. Qin Mayan's -9 degrees only had 11% of his health left, yet it took Mo Fan's Deception nearly half of his health to finish him off. It could be considered a loss for Mo Fan. This time, the two started the fight at equal health, and in the end, Mo Fan suffered a crushing defeat. 31%. Deception had only taken out 31% of -9 degrees health when he fell. Putting it nicely, you could call it 1/3 of his health. It was another loss against Qin Mayan. When he returned to his seat, hints of unhappiness could be seen in his usual poker face. Suma Cheng, who could be considered as the person closest to him compared to everyone else on the team, patted his shoulders to console him. Mo Fan thought hard for a moment, but when he raised his head to say something, Suma Cheng was already gone. "It's my turn," Suma Cheng called out to everyone before heading over to the stage. She was Happy's next player in the group arena. Mo Fan stared blankly. He had just been about to say something, but, "Have you got any questions?" Mo Fan suddenly heard a voice from beside him. Mo Fan turned to look and saw Ye Xiu looking at him. Mo Fan turned his head back. He seemed to be struggling whether he should speak or not. Ye Xiu didn't say anything and simply waited patiently on the side. "What should I do?" Mo Fan didn't turn to look at Ye Xiu, but he spoke up in the end. "Learn from him," Ye Xiu replied, "and then I can beat him if I do that. Don't limit yourself to just the opponent. You have many opponents. The purpose of learning from him isn't purely to beat him, but for you to improve, so you can win more," Ye Xiu said. Qin Mayan could be considered a great wall for Mo Fan. The strengths that Qin Mayan had gained from going through Tyranny's training camp were things that Mo Fan lacked. If Mo Fan could use what Qin Mayan had for himself, his individual prowess would improve considerably. Just take Qin Mayan's talent at positioning and movement. If Mo Fan could take those for himself, his fireworks style would certainly become more threatening. Ye Xiu hoped that Mo Fan could understand this point, but Mo Fan was giving him the silent treatment again. Ye Xiu waited for a long time, but seeing that Mo Fan didn't intend on speaking again, he didn't pursue it. "Give it a try," Ye Xiu said before leaving. Mo Fan stared thoughtfully at the new round that was about to start. The fifth round of the group arena would be Suma Cheng versus Qin Mayan, a battle between gunners. The match began with the crisp sounds of gunshots and the loud sounds of cannon fire. As soon as the two entered the map, they began attacking their opponent from afar without needing to move. Launchers had a longer range than sharpshooters, but it didn't matter in the arena. Sharpshooters had a fast and explosive firing speed, so the gunfire from -9 degrees seemed denser and more concentrated. Sparks instantly blossomed all around Dancing Rain. As for -9 degrees, her first artillery shell had only just exploded. Even though the artillery shell dealt AA damage, -9 degrees had already escaped cleanly from it, all while keeping up a continuous stream of attacks. Unfavorable. For Happy, this was not a favorable map for Suma Cheng. -9 degrees moved and attacked without pause. His attack and defense didn't interfere with each other. Compared to Dancing Rain, his advantages were much more threatening. Chin Mayan even moved his -9 degrees closer to her. Launchers needed to play from a long range. But sharpshooters, at close range, they had gun fu. Pushing closer to Suma Cheng would put pressure on her. In this map, she didn't have any ways to pull apart the distance between them. The sharpshooter's gun fu might not be as sticky as other close-ranged classes, but the amount of space it controlled was much greater. What should she do? Mo Fan had just been asking himself what he should do, and now he started to worry for Suma Cheng. On the battlefield, a myriad of changes could happen in an instant. There was no time for her to wait patiently like Ye Xiu did when talking to Mo Fan. She needed to be decisive, and the answer she gave was burst. Dancing Rain's attacks suddenly sped up several notches. The explosions from her bombardment instantly swallowed -9 degrees. Chin Mayan hastily had -9 degrees move away, but it was as if he had some sort of blinking target light on him. No matter what he did, Dancing Rain's attacks followed -9 degrees closely, refusing to let go. Firing line. Some people could see it. This was the burst from a launcher's firing line, but how could she do it at this distance? The firing line's distance wasn't limited by the player's skill, but rather the slow attack speed of launchers. At too close of a distance, launcher had no way of linking their attacks together. However, right now, it seemed like Dancing Rain was planning on breaking apart this predetermined limit. Why would she do this? Pan Lin was stunned. Li Yibo felt his head ache. He had a vague feeling that he needed time to think and organize his thoughts, but today, the group arena between Happy and Tyranny was moving at such a fast pace. By the time he finished organizing his thoughts, it would probably be the next round. No. Her distance isn't fixed. The pro players had more perceptive eyes. On Tyranny's side, Zhang Xinji figured out the reason. Some of the more minute details might skip over a normal viewer's eyes, but not Zhang Xinji. Suma Cheng is using burst skills for her first wave of attacks, borrowing the recoil to retreat. As she pulls away, she chooses skills that can link together to keep up a continuous offense. As a gunner, Zhang Jiao was extremely acute towards this area. It can be considered a cross-shaped firing line where the horizontal axis can shift freely, Lin Jingyan said. It's not just that, Zhang Jiao said. Yes, Lin Jingyan could see it too. If it was a cross, it wouldn't be able to seal off Mayan's movements. It's a variation using 3 overlapping firing lines, Zhang Jiao said. 3 overlapping lines like a snowflake. Lin Jingyan displayed his imaginative capabilities. Think of snowflake firing line. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were having a headache. In the meantime, Tyranny had given Suma Cheng's technique a good name. The debate over whether Suma Cheng is a flower vase has reached an end, Zhang Xinji expressed. This sort of technique was a masterpiece born from a launcher's experience and intuition reaching the apex. It wasn't something that anyone could use. Didn't that debate come to an end a long time ago? Zhang Jiao was puzzled. No one in the pro circle thought of Suma Cheng as just a pretty face. There has always been debate over it, Zhang Xinji said. All right, Zhang Jiao didn't argue. He knew that this was Zhang Xinji's meticulousness at work. If you had to look at things from his view, it probably wasn't possible for a debate to ever end. But this match, Lin Jingyan commented, the match wouldn't end just because of this. Suma Cheng's performance was outstanding, but unfortunately, there was a limit to how far Dancing Rain could retreat. Her attack tempo should be restricted soon. What if she goes again in reverse? Zhang Jiao said. If Suma Cheng's changing firing line could retreat, then it could advance. All she needed to do was do things in reverse order. But after seeing their situation, Zhang Jiao found an answer. Mayan has realized it. Yes, Qin Mayan had noticed this possibility. His -9 degrees was being suppressed by the firing line, but his outstanding positioning negated much of the damage. He had avoided the attacks that would have interrupted his own offense. Qin Mayan was tenaciously continuing his attacks despite the suppression from the launcher firing line. He kept up his pressure, waiting patiently for an opportunity. He had the same thoughts as the other tyranny players. He was aware of the problems that Suma Cheng would encounter. The end for the arena, that was the farthest distance away from where Suma Cheng had been at initially. She's almost there. Qin Mayan watched Dancing Rain's every step. Would she make any changes before then? Qin Mayan didn't neglect this possibility. He made adjustments to prevent her from taking those options. Dancing Rain's only choice was to keep retreating. There, Dancing Rain made her last step. Her offense stopped there. Next it should be -9 degrees turned to counterattack. Dancing Rain was cornered. Boom, 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 taking her final step, Dancing Rain gave one last burst. Suma Cheng clearly understood this point. At the last moment, she threw out everything she had. It's her final attack, Zhang Jiao sighed. Even though Suma Cheng was an opponent, he still felt sad about this one last burst. No, this time Lin Jingyan felt something was wrong. What is it? Zhang Jiao had already relaxed. He wasn't as focused, so he hadn't caught it. -9 degrees doesn't have enough health, Han Wenqing, who hadn't joined in on the discussion, said. Everyone was stunned, including Qin Mayan. Everyone had been paying close attention to Suma Cheng, Dancing Rain, her firing line, how many attacks she could make in this short amount of time. She played beautifully, but the map was too small. The distance was too short. This was the limit of what she could do. That was what everyone thought, and they couldn't help but sigh. But everyone had neglected the fact that this limit was enough. Because -9 degrees hadn't been at full health to begin with. He had lost 31% of his health to deception. From 69% to 0%, Dancing Rain was able to finish off -9 degrees with her final wave of attacks. We were tricked. The firing line before hadn't been her limit. She held back so she could save up for this last final wave, Lin Jingyan said. Don't forget about her craftiness. She was Ye Xiu's best partner after all, Han Wenqing noted. Chapter 1523. 2-second kill. Chapter 1523. 2-second kill. Translator. Namyami editor. Namyami. In the end, Qin Mayan wasn't able to defend against Suma Cheng's fierce assault. -9 degrees has fallen, and the winner of this round is Suma Cheng. Pan Lin announced the winner passionately, not knowing that Qin Mayan was in fact not far from winning. If only I had realized it just a bit earlier, if only I had been ready for it. Qin Mayan felt upset as he walked down from the stage. Along the way down, he greeted Tyranny's next player, their captain Han Wenqing. Sorry. When Qin Mayan was still a few steps away, he stopped to apologize to Han Wenqing. Even we as spectators weren't aware of Suma Cheng's intentions. All of us underestimated her, Han Wenqing said. He wasn't consoling him or finding an excuse for him. He was pushing the burden onto the entire team. Go back and get ready for the team competition, Han Wenqing said, and then continued onto the stage. Falling was nothing to fear as long as you immediately stood back up. Tyranny's members needed this sort of backbone. Yes. Qin Mayan nodded his head and returned to the team. Tyranny's fourth player is their captain, Han Wenqing. Pan Lin shouted excitedly as the next round of the group arena began. How is Han? Pan Lin wasn't speaking slowly, but before he could even say 4 words, Han Wenking's desert dust had rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. His clothing fluttered wildly as the wind flew past him. Desert dust swung his fist, followed by an enormous explosion. Desert dust had used his own fists to smash apart Dancing Rain's artillery shell. Ferocious Tiger Flurry. Pan Lin called out the skill name. Before this, he had wanted to say, how is Han Wenking planning on facing Sima Cheng to start the match? But before he could even say 4 words, Han Wenking answered his question. Ferocious Tiger Flurry. He started immediately with a level 70 skill. Even the normal players knew that this was a very rash and very wrong move choice. But this was the playoffs, the highest stage in competitive glory, and the king of fighting, Desert Dust, chose to use such a move to start the match. Why was it not recommended to use a high-level skill to initiate the fight? Because even though high-level skills were powerful, if the skill missed, it would leave a huge opening for the opponent to take advantage of. As a result, low-level skills were often necessary as setup for high-level skills. Players would use their high-level skills when they were certain that it would hit. As a result, directly using a high-level skill was considered a rash move. However, when Han Wenking, who had 10 years of glory experience, used it, no one thought of it in that way. What they saw, confidence that his skill would definitely hit. The wind whistled like a tiger's roar as the punch flew out. Desert Dust rushed straight for Dancing Rain, piercing directly through her artillery shell, and swung his fist. A hit. Was there too little space in the group arena? No matter how little room there was, it wasn't to the point where the player could reach the opponent in just one step. Han Wenking's unconventional move had been completely outside of Sima Cheng's expectations. While she was still sending out probing attacks, Han Wenking bared his fangs and mercilessly pounced onto her. It had been only 2 seconds since the start of the round. The king of fighting, Desert Dust, had closed in on Dancing Rain, and Ferocious Tiger Flurry had landed. In 2 seconds, Han Wenking had killed the match. It's over, Pan Lin announced the end of the match, but he didn't shout out the winner excitedly like he usually did. Instead, he just barely managed to squeeze out these few words. How much health did Dancing Rain have left? How much mana did Dancing Rain have left? Pan Lin had planned on slowly going over this information, but it turned out that none of it was important. Right now, Dancing Rain's health had turned to 0. The fight was already over. Pan Lin didn't know what to say. The pace of today's group arena was far outside of his expectations. No fight had lasted more than 2 minutes. Sima Cheng left the player booth. Her expression wasn't lighthearted at all. Ye Xiu had given Happy a nearly 1-player lead, but Mo Fan's crushing defeat lost half of that lead. Sima Cheng finished off Qin Mayan quite cleanly, but as soon as Han Wenking came onto the stage, he thoroughly wiped away Happy's lead. Happy and Tyranny both had 2 players remaining. Although Han Wenking's Desert Dust had just fought a round, he had lost a negligible amount of health. After fulfilling their purpose of exhausting Ye Xiu, Han Wenking personally pulled the group arena back to the starting line. Moreover, Happy's next player would be restricted by the map. Fang Rui. He had no terrain to utilize. Solely relying on technique, his dirty playstyle might have some effect on rookies, but against Han Wenking. Han Wenking may not be as all-around as Ye Xiu, but the hardships he had gone through weren't any less than Ye Xiu. "My turn," Fang Rui said. As he walked onto the stage, he passed by Sima Cheng. The two simply nodded their heads as greetings. The fast-patched fights in today's group arena made it so the players were constantly switching in and out. One player came onto the stage, and then before they could be satisfied, the next player came onto the stage. The 7th round of the group arena, Fang Rui versus Han Wenking, Chi Master Boundless Sea versus Striker Desert Dust. It was a confrontation between 2 fighters, but the playstyles of the players were complete opposites. Fang Rui with his dirty tricks versus Han Wenking with his aggressive attacks. Tyranny's fans obviously detested Fang Rui's playstyle. To them, Fang Rui's playstyle was heresy. In their eyes, this fight was to annihilate this heretic. The atmosphere in the stadium suddenly turned ablaze. The match began. It was a simple map and the characters quickly loaded in. As soon as the match began, Boundless Sea immediately rolled. This was to prevent Han Wenking from initiating the same way he did last time. But this time, Han Wenking's desert dust didn't move. Boundless Sea rolling away made him look like a startled mouse. The crowd burst into laughter. Compared to Desert Dust, who stood there straight as a javelin, Boundless Sea looked too hilarious. Fang Rui didn't care though. If Desert Dust wasn't going to move, then he should continue moving. Boundless Sea spun round and round, rolling several times. Desert Dust turned around, his gaze fixed onto Boundless Sea. Fang Rui was feeling annoyed. This stupid map wasn't suitable for his usual methods of attack, and just relying on his own movements to get into Han Wenking's dead angles was simply impossible. Boundless Sea made a few turns, but not a single opening could be found on Desert Dust. Boundless Sea turned towards another direction. Suddenly, Desert Dust took a step. The viewers didn't think much of it, but this one step made Fang Rui feel extremely uncomfortable. The group arena was so small. A single step could change the amount of space a character grasped. Desert Dust's step had been timed precisely, restricting the amount of space that Boundless Sea could move around in. No matter how experienced Han Wenking was, he shouldn't have been able to find his weak point that fast. "Old Lin, you sold me out." A message suddenly popped up in the chat. Everyone was stunned. Then they realized that Old Lin was probably referring to Lin Jingyan. Lin Jingyan understood Fang Rui well. Even if Fang Rui had changed classes, the person who understood Fang Rui the most was still Lin Jingyan. And Lin Jingyan's understanding became Tyranny's understanding. Right now, he wasn't Fang Rui's teammate, but his opponent. Yes, opponent. Fang Rui sounded as if he were in the right. It left everyone speechless. What's more, Lin Jingyan was sitting on the sides. Had he been hoping for Lin Jingyan to reply back? The crowd laughed heartlessly at Fang Rui, but then Boundless Sea suddenly acted. How despicable, how crafty. Everyone gasped in surprise. Those words were actually just as a distraction. His sudden but reasonable words, Chi Bullet, Flash Burst. Boundless Sea chained together two skills. The Chi Bullet in the front blocked Desert Dust's line of sight. The Flash Burst was only the size of a finger, but the condensed Chi would pierce through everything. Desert Dust didn't dodge. He unexpectedly stepped forward. The Chi Bullet reached Desert Dust's face. This skill didn't deal that much damage, but with Fang Rui shooting it right at his eyes, how many people wouldn't try to dodge it instinctively? Han Wenking didn't. Desert Dust didn't shift in the slightest. He stepped straight forward at the shortest distance and at the fastest speed. The Chi Bullet exploded and the Flash Burst arrived, but in the blink of an eye the Chi dispersed. Boundless Sea's right hand had been grabbed by Desert Dust. Empty-handed blade block. Han Wenking had unexpectedly used a dismantle skill despite not being able to see and accurately grabbed Boundless Sea's hand. For fighters, their hands were their weapons. Gloves and claws were worn on the hand. Dismantle, a block and then a grab. It was enforced by the system. If the block succeeded, the grab would be guaranteed as a follow-up. Desert Dust elbowed Boundless Sea's chest and then followed with a flurry of punches and kicks. Both were fighter classes, but Chi Masters couldn't compare to strikers at close range. Boundless Sea covered his head, trying to scurry away. He whirled and spun around, rolling and flipping. The crowd laughed loudly. Just when they were having fun, Desert Dust's offense suddenly stopped. Boundless Sea had actually escaped from the combo. Everyone was dumbfounded. They hadn't noticed any openings in Desert Dust's combo, but all of a sudden Boundless Sea seemed to have pushed him away, interrupting Desert Dust's combo. "Being oppressed like that isn't carefree at all," Fang Rui typed in the chat. Carefree. The crowd laughed. That word didn't seem to have any relationship with someone as dirty as you know. Chapter 1524, Referee Decision. Chapter 1524, Referee Decision. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Desert Dust was in the middle of throwing out a punch when Fang Rui's boundless sea escaped. Desert Dust retracted his fists and turned around. His unchanging expression had nothing to do with Han Wenking's state of mind, although at the moment, Han Wenking's expression was as heavy as his character's. Many people might not have found any problems with his previous punch, but Han Wenking knew clearer than anyone else that his punch had been too slow. This wasn't a mistake. Han Wenking knew that his punch needed to chain together faster, but there was nothing he could do. Perhaps if it were 5 or 10 years ago, that punch would have been unavoidable and would have definitely hit his opponent, but now, some things couldn't be accomplished with just effort. For the current him, it was truly difficult to keep up such a fast pace. When he slowed down just a tiny bit, an opening appeared, and Fang Rui immediately grasped it. What fast reactions, Han Wenking sighed. Even if he refused to give up, he couldn't help but feel how he was past his prime. He was past his prime, but he didn't hesitate. Desert Dust turned around, facing boundless sea. Han Wenking was already preparing for his next wave of attacks. It hadn't been easy for Fang Rui to get boundless sea to escape. He didn't dare provoke Han Wenking so easily anymore. Boundless sea swayed left and right, drawing in his opponent's attention, waiting for an opportunity. But Desert Dust unexpectedly stepped back. Everyone was shocked. If Desert Dust had charged forward, even if it was at a bad timing, no one would have been surprised because that was Han Wenking. Going against the flow, daring to face the dangers, he had done it far too many times, but he retreated. Fang Rui hadn't shown any attempts at an attack, yet he chose to retreat. Perhaps Han Wenking had realized something. However, retreat had never been a part of Han Wenking's toolkit, but boundless seas swaying suddenly stopped as well. What's going on? Everyone felt like the pace of this match had suddenly turned strange, and the only ones who understood what was going on were the skilled experts. To think things would go this way. How boring, Ye Xiu mumbled. What do you mean? Chen Guo asked. She needed an explanation. Fang Rui's purpose in having boundless sea sway left and right was to repeatedly display his intentions to attack. In a high-level confrontation, you have to determine what options are available depending on how the opponent moves. Although Fang Rui's movements look simple if they go on for a while, it's very exhausting for Han Wenking, Ye Xiu explained. So you're saying Fang Rui was planning on wearing out Han Wenking, Chen Guo said. Yes, Ye Xiu nodded his head, but he probably didn't think that he could just sway his way to victory. With Han Wenking's personality, once Han Wenking saw through his intentions, he thought that Han Wenking would try to break through it by force. He was baiting Han Wenking to continue with his fast-paced offense, but it looks like Han Wenking simply decided not to take it and retreated. So what if he retreats? Chen Guo asked. By retreating, he widens his vision and opens up more space between them. That way, he can observe boundless sea's movements from a more general perspective, which requires less of his attention, Ye Xiu said. Oh, then why not just have boundless sea move forward and keep swaying? Chen Guo said. Then all he needs to do is keep retreating. It's not like he'll be forced into a corner. Fang Rui's move has no value anymore. Insisting on it isn't stylish at all, Ye Xiu said, but when he looked back to the stage, well, it looks like I underestimated his shamelessness. Stylish. How could the master of playing dirty care about something like style? Fang Rui didn't hesitate to do something unstylish. It was just like Chen Guo said. Boundless Sea pressed forward and continued to sway left and right, baring his claws like a crab. Just as Ye Xiu said, Han Wenking simply continued to retreat. The viewers who understood what was going on looked at Fang Rui disdainfully for being so boring. The viewers who didn't understand were confused. Could boundless seas swaying be the start of some sort of trump card, something threatening enough to force Han Wenking to retreat? One side advanced, while the other side retreated. Desert Dust moved along an arc to make sure that he wouldn't be pushed to the edges of the map. The two continued like this, and not long afterwards they had went around half the map. He's really become patient, Ye Xiu sighed. If this was the Han Wenking of the past, Desert Dust would have certainly charged over to punch his opponent by now. What's going to happen if they keep going round and round in circles? Chen Yu asked. The referee will intervene, Ye Xiu said. Fang Rui's not planning on continuing until the referee makes his move, is he? Chen Yu said speechlessly. She understood why a player like Fang Rui wasn't suited to be the core of a team. This was too shameless. He's testing Han Wenking's patience, Wei Chen spoke up. Ye Xiu nodded his head. Fang Rui knew that Han Wenking was dealing with his threats with ease, but if he insisted on continuing with his threats, then that was probably his plan. Fang Rui was using his shamelessness to tear down Han Wenking. Pressing forward like this was boring and unstylish, but if Han Wenking followed along and kept retreating, he didn't look any better. 70% of the shamelessness was coming from Fang Rui, but the other 30% was from Han Wenking cooperating with him. Han Wenking probably disdained doing something like this, so Fang Rui refusing to give up was intentionally provoking Han Wenking to act. However, it looked like Han Wenking was quite tyrannical in terms of his bottom line. They had went around half the map, but Desert Dust's footsteps were as steady as ever. It seemed like he had no intentions of breaking this stalemate. Had he really decided that he would bring down this fight to the lowest point with Fang Rui? Those who understood the fight had mixed feeling about Han Wenking. The alliance's symbol of a hot-blooded hero was also going to stoop this low. After half a circle, they went around another half a circle. The two had now circled around the entire arena. The pace for a 2-minute match had finally been broken, but no one would have expected it to be done in such a shameless method with Han Wenking joining in on it. After going around an entire circle, Fang Rui had no trouble keeping up the shamelessness. Boundless Sea continued to sway freely left and right. It looked like he would have no issue going for another 100 circles. As for Han Wenking, if he really did go around 100 circles with Fang Rui, the image that he had upheld for 10 years would be completely destroyed. That was what the people who understood what they were watching thought. What would happen next? Everyone had mixed feelings. Finally, when the two started their second circle around, the envoy of justice, the referee, couldn't endure it any longer. Please display a proper competitive attitude. A system notification appeared. Haha, Fang Rui laughed as a reply to the referee. Boundless Sea immediately paused, followed by a punch from Desert Dust. Fuck, how despicable, Boundless Sea went flying. Fang Rui typed furiously. A yellow card lit up along with punches and kicks. Everyone was wide-eyed. Fang Rui very rarely had the opportunity to call others despicable. Usually he was the one being despicable. But this time, honestly speaking, Fang Rui was right. He unexpectedly seized the moment Fang Rui was responding to the referee's call to attack. The Glory competitive rules never stated that the two sides needed to immediately stop when the referee made a decision, but the referee decision would definitely influence the fight in some way. During this time, the players would make certain adjustments. Han Wenking decisively launched his fiercest attacks, strike Fang Rui while he was responding to the referee with a ha-ha. This was most definitely a dirty move. Fang Rui had even used it at the start of the round. He had sent a message to Lin Jingyan, who wasn't even playing, in an attempt to distract his opponent and use that as an opportunity to attack. And now, Han Wenking had used the referee's decision instead. Han Wenking, Pan Lin didn't know what to say. What rich experience. He anticipated that the referee would intervene. The moment the referee intervened, there would be a change in tempo, and he used this opportunity to attack. Li Yibo didn't hesitate, immediately explaining the situation to Pan Lin. He made it sound like the move from Han Wenking wasn't a dirty sneak attack. Li Yibo used to be from tyranny, after all. Han Wenking had been his captain. This time, Li Yibo clearly showed his bias in defending him. Ah, yeah, what rich experience to anticipate even something like this. Pan Lin instinctively agreed with Li Yibo. In the end, Han Wenking won the battle of patience. Fang Rui wasn't focused enough, even responding to the referee with a ha-ha. This superfluous act led to him losing the initiative. Li Yibo was playing favorites today. After praising Han Wenking, he criticized Fang Rui. His words were correct, though. It was just that he intentionally overlooked how dirty such a move was. He should be able to win, Pan Lin said. Strikers were exceptional at close combat. It was common for them to kill their opponents in one go after getting close to them. Fang Rui had been able to escape from Han Wenking previously, and this time, by launching a sneak attack when Fang Rui's attention was elsewhere, he put himself in a very favorable position. Fang Rui, who had been baiting Han Wenking, had been mentally prepared initially, but when the referee decision came, he indeed got careless. Because of the referee announcement, his previous plan stopped there. He hadn't thought that Han Wenking would actually take advantage of the referee to launch his offense that he had been waiting to do. Whether or not a move was dirty had never been something Fang Rui was concerned with. When he cursed at Han Wenking's despicableness, Fang Rui had been upset with himself. To think he would overlook the possibility of launching a sneak attack when the referee came to a decision. His own dirty playstyle wasn't dirty enough. Chapter 1525, A Historic Clash. Chapter 1525, A Historic Clash. Translator, Namyumi. Editor, Namyumi. I lost. Fang Rui shook his head as he walked down from the stage. His greatest strength was his dirtiness, yet he actually lost because of a dirty move from his opponent. Like a swimmer drowning, it was too disgraceful. Fuck Han Wenking. When he returned back to the player bench, he took the towel that his teammates handed over, but he didn't wipe his hands. Instead, he threw the towel hard against the seats as if Han Wenking was sitting there. If you were my opponent, I definitely wouldn't have fallen for that, Fang Rui said honestly to Ye Xiu. Nah, you definitely would have, Ye Xiu replied back honestly. Definitely wouldn't have. Definitely would have. Chen Guo felt a bit confused, but after thinking about it for a bit, she understood. Fang Rui meant that he had been careless because Han Wenking wasn't the type to play dirty. If he had been against Ye Xiu, he definitely wouldn't have been so careless because Ye Xiu was someone who did play dirty, but Ye Xiu was denying it. Pay attention to the match. Stop arguing, Chen Guo scolded the two. Little Tang, good luck, destroy him. Fang Rui immediately turned around and called out to Tang Ru. But because of how loud the audience was, his voice could no longer reach her. Chen Guo felt deeply worried. Ye Xiu had won a lead at the cost of his energy, but not only had they lost their lead, they had fallen behind. Han Wenking had beaten two of Happy's players. He lost almost no health against Sima Cheng, and although his fight with Fang Rui had taken a long time, half of the time, they were just running around. The other half of the time he had the initiative. Fang Rui hadn't been able to land any effective combos. He had only been able to trade a few blows while he was defending against Han Wenking. In the end, Desert Dust won with 59% of his health left, and much of this was because Han Wenking had often taken blows that he could have avoided in order to keep up his offense. 1v3. Tyranny's home crowd had already begun shouting for a 1v3. Considering he had beaten two players and still had over half of his health left, it was a very reasonable expectation. On stage, Han Wenking, Tang Ru, Desert Dust, Soft Mist, Striker, Battle Mage. 10 years ago, it was these two classes that began the longest rivalry in the Glory Alliance. The two weren't teammates, but Han Wenqing was incomparably familiar with this class and was very proficient against them. Facing battle mages not named Ye Xiu, Han Wenqing had an astonishingly high win rate. Apart from a few rather extreme situations in the group arena, in a fair 1v1, Han Wenqing had never lost against a battle mage. At the Season 8 All-Stars, one Autumn Leaf successor, Sun Xiang, who was the most skilled battle mage of the new generation, had fought against a Han Wenqing past his prime. In the end, Han Wenqing still came out on top. Now he was facing Tang Ru, this season's best rookie and a battle mage. But no matter the battle mage, there was always a shadow of Ye Xiu. Even the proud Sun Xiang had practiced hard to learn Ye Xiu's dragon raises its head. As for Tang Ru, she had been taught by Ye Xiu, and there was no escaping his legacy. However, Han Wenqing discovered that not only were there shadows of Ye Xiu and Tang Ru, there were also shadows of himself. This girl also liked to be fierce and aggressive, wanting to use force to destroy everything just like him. Attack, attack, and attack, never retreating, always attacking. It didn't matter how much health was lost as long as the opponent was injured more. This was their style, and Han Wenqing couldn't be any more familiar with it. A familiar opponent and familiar self. The shadows of these two rivals had overlapped in her. How difficult would it be to face this sort of opponent? Han Wenqing sucked in a deep breath and focused. The match began. Dragon breaks the ranks. Without any hesitation, the moment Tang Ru loaded into the map, Soft Mist launched an attack. In this small map, for these two players, the start of the match was like a gunshot signaling the start of a 100m dash. Who would be faster? Tang Ru. Tang Ru's Soft Mist was faster because Han Wenqing chose to run away as soon as the match began. A decision that he would have never done in the past had once again appeared another fight today. This time, because he was familiar with himself and his opponent's playstyle, he chose not to make this a contest of speed. In the past, he would often like to win this way, seeing who was faster, who was fiercer. But now, Han Wenqing was very clear about how his hand speed and reaction speed had slowed down. He couldn't compare with his past self, so he used what reaction and hand speed he had to dodge. Boom! The dash from Dragon breaks the ranks seemed to explode as it swept past Desert Dust. It failed to hit, but just the surging magic energy from it shook Desert Dust. However, this was all within Han Wenqing's expectations. Desert Dust borrowed this force to spin his body, using a whirlwind kick to strike Soft Mist's back. Pang! The sound of a collision sounded. The instant Tang Ru realized that the Dragon breaks the ranks would miss, she canceled the skill. Dragon breaks the ranks was a high-level skill with little starting or ending lag. It could be considered an abnormality among high-level skills. Soft Mist turned around. Before her Dragon breaks the ranks had completely dissipated, she used a sky strike, blocking the whirlwind kick from Desert Dust. The two characters ricocheted back. They readjusted themselves and charged forward again. When two players of this playstyle met, the result was going to be an intense battle. However, from their first exchange, it could be seen that the two relied on different things. Han Wenqing relied more on his experience and his understanding of battle mages and Tang Ru, guessing what his opponent would do next. As for Tang Ru, she relied on her fast reaction and hand speed. It was always Han Wenqing's Desert Dust making the first move and then her reacting, catching up and not losing out. The two were locked in combat. Their healths plummeted. In this sort of confrontation, how could there not be fierce trades? It was just that even though Han Wenqing's Desert Dust was losing in terms of health, he had other players behind him. As for Tang Ru's Soft Mist, even though she came in with full health, after this even fight with Han Wenqing, even if she won, she would be facing the next opponent heavily injured. This was why players like Han Wenqing and Tang Ru weren't suited for the group arena, especially with 5 players rotating. Their brave advances often led to trades, health for health. If they could completely suppress their opponents, it worked out well. But in today's match, force against force, it was unlikely that either side would be winning without losing much health. If this continued, Happy would win this round, but their hopes for the group arena as a whole weren't optimistic. Little Tang. Even Chen Guo felt that it wouldn't be good if this continued. "What's wrong? I think she's playing very well," Ye Xiu said. "Tyranny still has another player," Chen Guo reminded Ye Xiu. "Did he count wrong? If she doesn't play like this, she probably won't even be able to see the next player," Ye Xiu said. "Do you think Little Tang has a better chance at winning against Han Wenking meeting force with force, or by slowly playing it out in a contest of experience, decision-making, and technique?" Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo was stumped. Experience, decision-making, technique, a contest with Han Wenking. Chen Guo already knew the answer. Through a spurt of energy, she still has a chance, but if she slows down the pace, it'll be much more difficult, Ye Xiu said. The fight was like a whirlwind, decided in less than a minute. Tang Ru, but she sacrificed much of her health in doing so. Soft Mist only had 50% of her health left, exactly half of it. The two traded blow for blow, with neither side able to gain an advantage over the other. In the end, it could only be a draw. Tyranny's fans were feeling quite regretful about this outcome. They had hoped to see a 1v3 from their captain on this playoff stage. It would truly be too amazing of a comeback. However, doing this much was already an outstanding performance. When Han Wenking walked down from the stage, the applause was thunderous. Apart from that, Tyranny's fans also felt that Tang Ru was quite admirable, daring to face their captain so bravely. Of course, if she had been a different class, it would have been even more admirable. They had a subconscious hate for battle mages. The group arena was at the final match point. Tyranny's fifth player appeared on the big screen. Song Qiying, striker, River Sunset. A new generation battle mage against a new generation striker. The two would be facing each other on the stage. However, they didn't have the personalities of their seniors. Although Tang Ru's battle mage had absorbed much of Ye Xiu's techniques, her style was a complete opposite of Ye Xiu's. As for Song Qiying, he was rumored to be Han Wenking's successor, but his playstyle was more similar to his vice-captain's. It was the complete opposite of Han Wenking's. But no matter how much their styles had changed, the subject of this confrontation would never change. Victory, only victory mattered. As soon as the match began, Soft Mist rushed forward. She didn't use Dragon Breaks the Ranks, instead running to start her offense. With only 50% of her health left, she needed to gain the upper hand. And Tang Ru, she was most proficient at establishing advantages through aggression. And in this simple map, there was no better method. Song Qiying was very calm. Although he wasn't as experienced as Han Wenking, he knew what Tang Ru needed. He calmly avoided her rush. Then he didn't immediately counterattack like Han Wenking did. Such a forceful counterattack would quickly result in the two sticking together. Even though trading blows would be an effective strategy for him since he had the health lead, it wasn't his style, so he didn't do it. Perhaps this was Tyranny's true style. It wasn't just pressing onward relentlessly, but tenaciously persevering with one's own path. Chapter 1526, A Match Decided by Force. Chapter 1526, A Match Decided by Force. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. The pace of the group arena had slowed for a second time after the match between Fang Rui and Han Wenking. This definitely wasn't the pace that Tang Ru was hoping for. Under these circumstances, it wasn't hard to figure out who held the advantage. Song Qiying. He was a rookie too. Compared to Tang Ru, he had started playing Glory much earlier. He had also gone through the same training camp as Qin Mayan and had a solid foundation. He controlled the pace of the fight extremely well, ruining Tang Ru's plans. She wasn't able to break open this 1v1 situation. The pro players watching were discussing the battle. This was a battle between a spear and shield, and right now, the sturdy shield was blocking the sharp spear. If the sturdy shield couldn't be broken, it would rebound back. As a result, in this confrontation between attack and defense, it would end up as a trade. Song Qiying's strategy was to trade using a dense defense. Compared to Team Blue Rain, who could launch an explosive counterattack at any moment while defending, Song Qiying's defense was more simple and pure. To think a player like this could come out of tyranny. Countless people were clicking their tongues in wonder. Tang Ru obviously wasn't thinking the same. It was depressing. Song Qiying's control over the pace of the match felt oppressive. It wasn't that she wasn't thinking of a solution, but no matter what she did, her opponent would quickly figure it out and then eliminate it. It looked like Soft Mist was attacking, while River Sunset was defending, but for Tang Ru, it didn't feel like she was attacking. She felt like she was hitting against a wall. She would hit it again, and every time she would bounce back. So far, she had lost 30% of her health. As for her opponent, he had only lost 15% of his health. It was an exact 2-to-1 trade, as if everything was precisely calculated. If this continued when her opponent lost 10% more health, wouldn't it be the end for her? Tang Ru was unwilling to lose. Being unable to win would always be something she would be unhappy about. Soft Mist's attack suddenly stopped and she retreated several steps back. Oh, many people sighed emotionally. She should have stopped a long time ago. Being reckless isn't a solution, Pan Lin also said. It looked as if she had the initiative, but in reality she was being led around the nose by Song Qiying. She should have taken a pause and looked carefully for an opening, Li Yibo said. He had gone back to his fair and unbiased commentary, earnestly giving advice to Tang Ru. But what if she isn't able to find any openings? Pan Lin asked. Then it's impossible to win, Li Yibo said. Yes, if you couldn't find any openings and you couldn't beat the opponent, then you would be the one who lost. It was very simple reasoning. What will Tang Ru do? She had always given them an impression of having a fierce offense, but in front of this unbreakable wall, how would she make adjustments? Soft Mist had stopped attacking for 5 seconds already. Song Qiying's River Sunset didn't hurry to counterattack, but he was also pressing forward step by step. He obviously wasn't someone who only knew how to defend and didn't know how to attack. It was just that he attacked just as carefully as he defended. Is Tang Ru planning on giving the initiative to Song Qiying and then searching for an opening in his offense? Li Yibo had a few ideas. That is a decent solution, considering that she isn't able to get past her opponent's defense. But Song Qiying's cautious style will make it hard for Tang Ru to find an opening. What's more? Before Li Yibo could finish speaking, a figure rushed forward. Soft Mist. Dragon breaks the ranks. After a 5 to 6 second pause, Tang Ru started attacking again, giving the initiative to Song Qiying. The idea was proven wrong before Li Yibo could even finish up his commentary. The distance was very close, and Dragon breaks the ranks wasn't an easy-to-dodge attack. However, Song Qiying's caution was such that he would always be ready for any attack. Dragon breaks the ranks. The moment Soft Mist raised her spear, River Sunset had already begun rolling to the side. Magic energy and wind collided, creating a loud boom. Dragon breaks the ranks rushed forward, but River Sunset was already moving away. However, to his surprise, Soft Mist's dancing fire-flowing flames was turned slightly towards where River Sunset would dodge to. Those who weren't perceptive enough wouldn't be able to notice this small detail. Song Qiying had noticed it, though. He was the same as Zhang Xinji, someone who carefully observed the opponent and paid attention to the details. He had even determined correctly that this slight turn had happened after River Sunset had started dodging. In other words, Tang Ru hadn't predicted where he would move to. She had reacted to his movements. It had only been a slight shift to the side, but at this close of a distance and the speed of Dragon breaks the ranks, Being able to make this adjustment showed how astonishing her reaction speed and hand speed was. Dragon Breaks the Ranks wasn't a single target attack. The collision between magic and wind dealt AoE damage. The area that the attack covered deviated slightly from where it was before, but luckily for Song Qiang, he was still able to dodge it. Song Qiang could see it clearly. Even with this adjustment, the Dragon Breaks the Ranks wouldn't be able to hit him. If Soft Mist had been a bit further, if the adjustment had been slightly bigger, the outcome might have been different. Song Qiang was still thinking about this when suddenly saw a flash of red light before him. How? He was shocked. He instinctively dodged, evading this sudden attack. It missed, and then there was nothing afterwards. That sudden attack wasn't from Dragon Breaks the Ranks. If it had been, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the AoE. Song Qiang saw Soft Mist retract her red spear. It looked like she wasn't done with her assault. River Sunset and Soft Mist had been about 4.5 steps away previously. With only a distance of 4.5 steps, she was able to use Dragon Breaks the Ranks, adjust it, cancel it, and then follow up with another attack to make up for what her Dragon Breaks the Ranks couldn't cover. Even though it ultimately didn't work, Song Qiang felt his body go cold. What was more terrifying was that it wasn't over yet. The red light quickly returned. Ye Xiu, 2 thrusts in quick succession, double stab. River Sunset didn't dodge because Song Qiang knew that if he only dodged, he would lose control over the tempo. He would lose control over the fight. The pause from Tang Ru was to give Song Qiang a chance to attack. The people who thought that were gravely mistaken. The pause looked to be a short mid-fight break. What came after was an even fiercer and more explosive assault. When she attacked, she didn't make any probes, nor did she hold back. She went all out with her attacks. More importantly, whenever Song Qiang made any changes, she would immediately react to it. She was accelerating the tempo to her maximum speed, biting tightly onto her opponent. It was dangerous for the enemy and for herself. It was obviously very difficult to maintain such a tempo. It would be easier for her to make a mistake, and for Tang Ru, a single mistake could mean the end for her. Poo-poo, 2 streaks of blood from River Sunset flew into the air. Song Qiang didn't dodge the skill, tanking the damage. River Sunset stepped forward and let out a punch. He needed to respond with a few attacks so he could keep the tempo of the fight under his control. He punched, but he missed. Soft Mist looked as if she didn't even dodge. However, the punch had missed by just a hair. When Han Wenqing saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The spear was long, while the fist was short. A stab was the spear attack with the longest reach. If the striker wanted to attack after taking the hit, he would need to get close to her first. He had encountered this challenge repeatedly when he had fought with Ye Xiu in the past. Ye Xiu would always take advantage of these sort of situations. The punch missed, but Soft Mist's counterattack arrived. Song Qiang was able to find an opening to use reinforced iron bones and had River Sunset take the hit again to continue his attacks. He needed to control the tempo, and he could no longer rely on just defense to do so. Song Qiang focused on his offense, but Tang Ru didn't retreat. She also knew where the key to her victory lay in. She couldn't stop. If she stopped, she would lose without a doubt. The pace of the fight soared, quickly following the style of today's group arena again. Fist and spear clashed, making everyone think of the former rivalry between Han Wenqing and Ye Xiu. What made many Tyranny fans annoyed was that the battle mage played the way they liked. Fortunately, Song Qiang wasn't bad either. Facing this fierce opponent, he didn't cower. Who won today's group arena would be decided through a contest of force. Who would win? For a moment, no one could tell. Soft Mist had less health, but she held the advantage. River Sunset's health was dropping faster. And at this tempo, it was very easy for a mistake to happen. It was possible for a last-second comeback. Everyone quieted down, focusing on the match. Even Pan Lin and Li Yibo had stopped talking. With the speed they were going, how were they supposed to commentate? They might as well wait for the outcome and then analyzing it from there. Bang! In the end, with one final collision, the winner was decided. Song Qiying, River Sunset. In the end, he stood until the end. Tyranny had won the group arena. Although Tang Ru had lost, she had used 20% of her health to take down 60% of River Sunset's health. Her performance had been astonishing. The group arena ended. The two players walked out from their booths amidst thunderous applause. The applause was for Song Qiying's win as well as Tang Ru's performance. Even though Tang Ru wasn't well liked by the public and used Tyranny's most hated class, the Battle Mage, Tyranny fans loved the way she played. Since they liked it, they happily applauded. This was just how Tyranny's fans were. Chapter 1527, Sunset Dunes. Chapter 1527, Sunset Dunes. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami, you should have done that earlier. Ye Xiu told Tang Ru as she came down from the stage and received applause from her teammates. Okay, next time, Tang Ru replied with a smile. She knew that Ye Xiu's words were probably a form of encouragement for her outstanding performance in the latter half of the fight. The current Tang Ru was no longer the noob who challenged Ye Xiu and got crushed dozens of times. She could see the difference in skill between two players now and wouldn't be so foolishly confident like before. She knew what sort of tempo she played best at. The higher she raised the tempo, the more likely it was for her to make a mistake. It was similar to how in basketball, the farther away you are from the hoop, the less likely it is to make it in. Although half-court three-point shots sometimes made it in, who would count on those to be their main method of attack? Tang Ru's final burst was like a half-court three-point shot. If she hadn't been forced to do so, why would she have made such a choice? Ye Xiu smiled as well. He was very pleased with Tang Ru's spirit. In the playoffs, when it's time to go all out, don't hesitate, Ye Xiu added. Of course, Tang Ru said. Pay attention to the timing, Ye Xiu said. Okay, Tang Ru nodded her head pensively. In that previous fight, her soft mist had used 20% of her health to wipe out 60% of her opponent's health after her explosive burst. What if she had done it earlier? If she had started with that burst and kept it going until the very end, Happy might have won. It looks like I'm still not fast enough at making these types of decisions. Tang Ru sighed. Then, let's take back the point we lost in the group arena in the team competition, Ye Xiu said to the team. Although Happy had lost a point in the group arena, since they had won the previous game, they didn't feel too nervous about the loss. The entire team was still in high spirits. On Tyranny's side, despite winning the group arena, the atmosphere wasn't as lively as Happy's. Their team was huddled together, anxiously preparing for the following team competition. As the home team, their plans could be more targeted. The mid-match break quickly passed, and the referee called for the two sides to come onto the stage. The lineup for the two teams were displayed onto the screen. On Happy's side, there was a player not on the main roster who was being followed closely, Luo Jai. In the previous game, Luo Jai had demolished the map, leading to Tyranny's loss. He had been proclaimed as someone who had exceptional talent in this area. Would he continue playing in today's match? The names lit up on the screen one at a time. Happy Ye Xiu, Tyranny Han Wenqing, Happy Suma Cheng, Tyranny Zhang Jiao, Happy Fang Rui, Tyranny Bai Yanfei, Happy Tang Ru, Tyranny Qin Mayan, Happy and Wenyi, Tyranny Zhang Xinji, Happy Bao Rongxing, Tyranny Lin Jingyan, no Luo Jai. A commotion began going among the crowd. When they saw that Luo Jai wasn't being put in, they felt like the claim that Luo Jai could destroy the map whenever he pleased turned out to be a bluff. Happy didn't dare choose Luo Jai in their away game. On the broadcast, Pan Lin and Li Yibo didn't immediately start analyzing the two teams' lineups. They first discussed why Luo Jai wasn't put in, before commenting on the differences between their lineups compared to the previous game. On Happy's side, Ye Xiu, Suma Cheng, Fang Rui and Wenyi had the most stable positions in the team competition. This time, Tang Ru was put in as a starter. Steamed Bun replaced Luo Jai, but he was designated as Happy's sixth player. Tyranny's lineup was the same as before. The only difference was that their elementalist Bai Yanfei had swapped positions with Lin Jingyan. Bai Yanfei would be in the starting lineup, while Lin Jingyan would be their sixth player. Both sides have made slight adjustments to their lineup, but the home team usually has a clear strategy in mind. Tyranny specifically placed Bai Yanfei in a starting position. Coach Li, do you think there's a reason for this? Pan Lin asked. Bai Yanfei, Zhang Jiao, Qin Maiyun. Tyranny has 3 long-ranged classes in their starting lineup. Bai Yanfei's elementalist is nicknamed the Gun Turret and is proficient at AI spells. By coordinating with Zhang Jiao's dazzling 100 blossoms, the two can cover an extremely large area. My guess is that Tyranny has chosen a relatively large map to play in. We'll see. The players have entered their booths. The match is about to begin. Pan Lin then confirmed that these 10 players would be starting in the team competition. The map began loading. The answer to the question that everyone had been wondering about was on verge of appearing. "Ah, it's Sunset Dunes," Pan Lin called out. He immediately followed up with praise for Li Yibo. "Coach Li, you guessed right. As you said, Tyranny has chosen a large map, as expected of someone who came from Tyranny." "Ha ha ha," Li Yibo laughed. After laughing, he felt like something wasn't quite right. As expected of someone who came from Tyranny. Wasn't that implying that he couldn't make accurate predictions for teams that weren't Tyranny? Li Yibo's confidence had been wavering recently. He couldn't help but overthink it. Pan Lin hadn't meant to imply that and wasn't aware of the issue. He continued by introducing the map to everyone. Sunset Dunes was a desert under the light of the setting sun. The main features of this map were the sand dunes and the oasis at the center of the map. The map was indeed quite large. Happy's decision not to field Luo Jai was the correct decision, Pan Lin said half-jokingly. Who would have thought that as soon as the match started, Ye Xiu would type into the chat. "Just as I thought. Not putting in Luo Jai today was so smart of me." There were no buildings in this map. The sand dunes were the only parts of the map that weren't flat. The oasis at the center was really just a small puddle. The lonely tree near the oasis and the cacti scattered throughout the desert were the only objects in this map. Luo Jai's demolition style would be useless here. The two teams spawned at the north and south ends of the map. Tyranny was more proactive, immediately pushing forward as soon as they spawned. As for Happy, they were a bit slower than Tyranny, but they quickly set out as well. The two teams didn't take a roundabout route, heading straight for the center. Tyranny didn't stop after moving past a sand dune. As for Happy, they paused slightly. The 5 characters were looking left and right, observing their surroundings. The sand dunes weren't mountains and weren't that tall. Just standing on the slope gave them a fairly good view. Not only could they see all around them, they could see several hazy figures in the distance to the north. There doesn't seem too many good places to set up ambushes in this map. Happy's team members began discussing their next moves. Fang Rui started with his opinion. "There are some good spots for me to attack from," Sima Cheng remarked. "The sand has a certain level of impact on our movements," and Wenyi's gaze was fixed at his feet. Their feet sunk into the sand, leaving behind deep footprints. "They're rushing straight for us." Tang Ru mainly observed their opponent's movements. "Let's go somewhere high enough where we can see them more clearly before making any further plans," Ye Xiu said, giving them an opening of sorts in this team competition. As a result, Happy didn't go down from this sand dune. Ye Xiu led the way as they climbed it. After Tyranny's 5 players ran across the sand dune, they could be seen more clearly. Tyranny also noticed Happy. They turned and rushed towards them. "It looks like they want to attack us directly," Fang Rui said. Happy didn't like direct fights. As a new team, they were slightly inferior to Tyranny's old team in a direct fight in many aspects. What's more, the terrain was special. And Wenyi noted that the sand would affect their movements. It wasn't just movement speed. Their jumps, rolls, and other movements that required leverage would be affected. It would affect their attacks as well. Tyranny chose this as their map and was used to these effects. But Ye Xiu would be better. He had played in countless matches and would adapt quickly to this sort of terrain. Sima Cheng and Fang Rui had experience as well. However, Tang Ru and Wenyi and Steamed Bun were rookies. Their playing would definitely be impacted to a greater degree. Does the wind do anything? Ye Xiu suddenly asked. It does, but the direction of the wind is constantly changing and it isn't easy to grasp, Fang Rui replied. His Qi master's Qi attacks would be affected if the speed of the wind was high enough. Happy examined their surroundings carefully. Tyranny was obviously familiar with these characteristics, and they clearly wanted to use this map to restrict Happy. The sunshine couldn't be used either. Ye Xiu took a look at the sun. The setting sun was just about to go under the horizon. The sun rays were dim enough for him to look at the sun directly. There wasn't much of a difference between having their backs against the sun or facing the sun. You guys stand here, Ye Xiu called out to the others. He used his umbrella to point to a spot. The four gathered there. Stand in a line, Ye Xiu said. Are we taking a group photo? I don't think that's a good idea. It's the playoffs, let's be more serious, Fang Rui said as his boundless sea posed for the camera. Stand up straight, Ye Xiu said while his Lord Grim retreated. Happy's four players lined up. As for Ye Xiu's Lord Grim, after moving away a certain distance, he turned back to look at them. The opening period was a bit dull since the fighting hadn't started yet. It was just the commentators guessing what the two teams' intentions were. Tyranny was pushing forward. Their intentions were rather obvious. As for Happy, they were just moving on top of a sand dune, but because the team was discussing the map in the chat, it wasn't too boring. Ye Xiu suddenly ordered everyone to do this and that, so the viewers were obviously curious about what he was planning. The broadcast nimbly cut to Lord Grim's perspective. Under the backdrop of the setting sun, Happy's four characters were standing directly in the center of the sun. It looked rather imposing. Were they really taking a group photo? Everyone was puzzled. Chapter 1528, Flowing Sand Dunes. Chapter 1528, Flowing Sand Dunes. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. What? Not just the spectators, but Happy's teammates were having trouble understanding what Ye Xiu was doing. Fang Rui had his boundless sea posing for a camera, but he obviously didn't actually think that Ye Xiu was lining them up for a picture. If you're standing in the sunlight, it's hard to differentiate between you guys at a glance, Ye Xiu said. The others on Happy immediately understood what he was getting at. If Ye Xiu couldn't differentiate between them, then their opponents wouldn't be able to either. This meant that it would be hard for Tyranny to determine what attacks they were planning on using. It was a characteristic of the map that could be taken advantage of. The viewers could see Happy's chat, so they quickly caught on as well. Everyone loved to see the players communicate their goals in the chat. Teams with too much synergy wouldn't speak much, often leaving the viewers puzzled. Let me see. Sima Cheng's dancing rain walked over to Lord Grim's spot and turned to look at the setting sun. Amidst the warm red sunlight, only the silhouettes of the characters could be seen. Under these circumstances, it was indeed very difficult to tell what attack or move was being used. Yes, yes, yes. Fang Rui's boundless sea walked over to take a look and expressed his approval. Maybe we can set something up over here to take advantage of it, Fang Rui suggested as he watched Tyranny come closer and closer. I doubt Tyranny would overlook this possibility. We just need to be on guard against them taking advantage of it. Apart from that, if a chance arrives, we can try taking advantage of it too, Ye Xiu said. The countless viewers looking at Happy's chat felt somewhat ashamed. They had thought that Happy could set something up using this discovery, but when they saw Ye Xiu's words, they realized that they had looked down on Tyranny too much. To think they would feel as if Tyranny would overlook an important detail in the map that they had chosen themselves. How are we going to fight them? Fang Rui asked. They had made several insights into the map, but in the end they hadn't come up with a plan. Ye Xiu finally issued out orders telling them where to stand. No one questioned him. The rest of Happy immediately went into position according to Ye Xiu's instructions. Tyranny was about to reach the bottom of their sand dune, but when they saw Happy's arrangements, they immediately changed directions. Fang Rui looked behind him and saw the setting sun. From Tyranny's actions, it looked like Tyranny knew about the effects of the sun on the map. Ye Xiu's arrangements had been to take advantage of the sunlight, but Tyranny noticed it and immediately made adjustments. Tyranny no longer faced the sun, instead choosing to rush in from the side. "Let's go!" Ye Xiu led the team forward. Tyranny stopped. Happy stopped. This time the others on Happy didn't need Ye Xiu to instruct them. They understood what he wanted to do and carried it out themselves. Ye Xiu wanted to take advantage of the sun behind them, using it to stop Tyranny from approaching. This time, Tyranny didn't give chase. They simply waited at the bottom of the sand dune. There was no communication in the chat, so the viewers didn't know what they were thinking. Coach Li, Pan Lin was starting to make Li Yibo feel sick. Li Yibo felt his head hurt. He had a certain understanding of Tyranny, but right now he couldn't see through their thoughts. Under Zhang Xinji's lead, Tyranny should be taking the more reliable approach. In this case, the reliable approach was to circle around a bit farther. Eventually, they would be able to escape from the influence of the sun. Instead, Tyranny had stopped. What were they thinking? There was nothing in their chat either. It seemed like everyone already knew what to do. They're probably waiting for the right opportunity. In the end, Li Yibo had to say something. He had to resort to using a word like probably, implying that he wasn't sure. What will this opportunity be? Let's wait and see, Pan Lin spoke tactfully. When he heard Li Yibo's uncertainty, he immediately knew that he shouldn't continue pursuing this topic. Tyranny stood still at the bottom of the dune. Happy stood still at the top of the dune. Tyranny wasn't communicating, but Happy was. "Let's see what they're planning," Ye Xiu said calmly. "Should I send out a probing attack?" Sima Cheng asked. "Sure," Ye Xiu agreed. In terms of distance, Tyranny was within Dancing Rain's range. But because Dancing Rain held the high point, she had to take in account the height difference. She could reach them if she calculated the angle well enough, but this sort of max-ranged attack wasn't any sort of threat to them. Even so, as soon as Dancing Rain raised her cannon, Tyranny collectively retreated back a few steps. "I can't hit them." Sima Cheng felt that it was a pity. Dancing Rain lowered her cannon. "How careful," Ye Xiu sighed. Zhang Xinji wasn't even willing to give them the slightest of opportunities. Ye Xiu suddenly noticed that his vision had become somewhat hazy. Just when he was wondering what it could be, there was finally some signs of movement. The movement was the wind blowing from the north to the south. The sand seemed to be like a wave as the wind swept it up, slowly gathering beneath the sand dune. Tyranny wanted to use the wind to start the fight. Although Ye Xiu didn't have a deep understanding of the map, he had much experience. He had guessed what sort of medicine Tyranny was brewing. Bang, 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 the sound of gunfire could be heard. Zhang Jiao and Qin Maiyun, the two gunners, opened fire at the sand. The sand lifted up from their attacks was swept up by the wind, adding to the growing whirlwind of sand. How big could it get? Big enough to completely cover an entire team. Ye Xiu wasn't sure, but more and more sand was building up, and the whirlwind was getting denser and denser. More importantly, the wind was picking up as well. This was Tyranny's biggest assurance for their plan. It's coming. The sand that had gathered reduced the visibility to only a few steps distance, which was more than enough to cover up Tyranny's movements. Happy could no longer see Tyranny as the whirlwind of sand quickly approached them. That was what Happy thought at least. However, the viewers could see that Tyranny wasn't in a hurry. They weren't in a hurry to use this sandstorm to approach Happy. Although their movements were already covered, they controlled their pace as if they were waiting for something. What are they waiting for? No one knew. The viewers only knew that Happy had started moving. The sandstorm passed over the sand dune, swallowing them up. Right when Lord Grim stepped to the side, he immediately realized that something wasn't right. "Be careful beneath you," he quickly warned, but the others on Happy had taken the step already and lost their balance. The sand was moving down from the sand dune. The ground beneath them wasn't stable. The movement of the sand wasn't slow either, and it couldn't be seen from the surface. Think they hid such a move? Ye Xiu knew that they wouldn't be able to escape from tyranny. Sand filled the skies and silently flowed beneath them. The entire sand dune seemed to be collapsing. Everyone on Happy was struggling to keep their balance. This wasn't a situation that could be kept under control through normal movements. Rotor wings. Ye Xiu realized it the earliest and reacted the fastest. Lord Grim flew into the air, dispelling the effects of the sand. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire rang. Suma Cheng used aerial cannon, and dancing rain seemed to hop across the sand like a dragonfly touching water. Not far from her, little cold hands floated into the air, using angel wings to rise. Fang Rui and Tang Ru used skills to deal with the sand. However, since they didn't have any way to directly avoid it, they could only forcefully blow away the sand around them to disrupt the flow of sand and give them an opportunity to adjust themselves. Happy's 5 players each used their own methods to resist the sand and looked to be doing it skillfully. However, Ye Xiu knew that this wouldn't last long. For example, the skills that Lord Grim and Little Cold Hands used had a time duration. They couldn't keep using it forever, and the movement of the sand couldn't be seen from the surface. They didn't know where to land. What's worse, it was about time for tyranny to start their attacks. Sure enough, Ye Xiu's judgment was correct. Gunfire. Tyranny's 2 gunners had started firing at them. Even if Ye Xiu had predicted it and warned everyone to be careful, what could they do? Bang, 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 bang. The wings on Wenyi's Little Cold Hands was instantly riddled with holes. When he fell, he was immediately swept up by the sand, and Wenyi didn't have any other methods to escape from it. He was their healer, though, and he had to be saved. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim immediately headed towards him. Tyranny wasn't in a hurry to strike Little Cold Hands, firing towards Lord Grim instead. Ye Xiu canceled rotor wings in midair and plummeted down. He had determined the direction of the bullets and figured out Tyranny's location. Perhaps the ground over there was more stable. "Follow me." Ye Xiu didn't forget to call out to everyone. Right now, even if he didn't want clash with them, he had no choice but to. Falling light blade. Lord Grim used a skill in midair, following the slope of the sand dune. With this, he dropped down very far and looked to be having an easy time. But when he saw Tyranny, he could only grumble bitterly. They had been waiting for him. Soaring tiger, Han Wenking wasn't polite. He locked onto the falling light blade. Desert Dust jumped towards him and kicked. But as soon as Ye Xiu saw Tyranny waiting for him, he knew the situation wasn't good. How could he just keep going? He canceled falling light blade, but intentionally let himself continue falling towards them to keep Tyranny's attention onto him. When he saw Desert Dust approach, he immediately had Lord Grim finish the hand seals. The shadow clone left behind poofed into smoke when Desert Dust struck. Ye Xiu was quite bold. Lord Grim had teleported directly into the center of Tyranny's formation. Desert Dust wasn't there, though. There were only long-ranged attackers there. Chapter 1529. Being familiar only makes it more troublesome. Chapter 1529. Being familiar only makes it more troublesome. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Shining Cut. Charge, Colliding Stab. Lord Grim used 3 movement skills back-to-back, attacking the 3 characters in a triangular formation. All 3 players dodged. Not a single hit landed on any of them, but his attacks carved out a triangle deep into the sand. Son of a bitch. Tyranny felt astonished seeing the grooves in the sand. They hadn't expected Ye Xiu to be able to find the key point to this map. The sand dune was crumbling, and the sand was sliding downwards. However, Tyranny was also situated on the sand dune, yet their area was safe. Why? How did he do it? Ye Xiu didn't know the details, but he clearly remembered that Tyranny's two gunners had started their assault with attacks towards the sand. In the beginning, he thought that their aim had been to lift the sand up to cover their movements, but now that he looked at it again, their attacks hadn't been just to lift the sand up, but to start the crumbling of the sand dune as well. They used their attacks to create a hole in the surface of the sand to initiate the sinking of the sand. That was the idea that Ye Xiu was able to come up with at the moment, which was why he carved out that triangle. In the blink of an eye, the triangle was erased by the sand. Ye Xiu could feel the movement of the sand underneath Lord Grimm's feet and confirmed his theory. With the movement of the sand beginning to spread, Tyranny's small safe harbor would soon be wiped away. Tyranny knew that they couldn't stay here much longer and began to retreat. However, at this moment, Bai Yanfei was startled by a realization. His retreat path had been blocked by Lord Grimm. In such a short amount of time, how many moves ahead had he planned? Canceling falling light blade to dodge Desert Dust's attack, separating the three long-range Tyranny players while simultaneously destroying their safe zone, and also positioning himself such that he blocked off Bai Yanfei's Rhoda. Fortunately, Bai Yanfei wasn't the only one who made the realization. Tyranny's Zhang Xinji, the strategist who refused to overlook even the smallest of details, caught on to Ye Xiu's intentions. Pray, sacred fire. Bai Yanfei immediately understood, and Rhoda began to move. Lord Grimm moved forward to block him when a burst of white flame leapt in front of his path. Ye Xiu immediately had Lord Grimm stop, but in this short instant, Rhoda was able to teleport past Lord Grimm. Bang, 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 bang. The ones who were able to escape first, Zhang Jiao and Qin Maiyun, counterattacked, retreating while firing. However, the biggest threat came from behind. Han Wenking's Desert Dust rushed straight for Lord Grimm once again. Because he was moving with the sand, his speed was faster than before. As expected, since Tyranny had chosen this map, Tyranny seemed to be far more comfortable with the sand than happy. Boom, boom, boom. But this time, before Desert Dust could reach Lord Grimm, he heard an explosion. The sand in front of him had been blasted into the air, covering the sky. Even though it wouldn't be able to stop him, it blocked his vision to a certain extent. No matter how brave Han Wenking was, he didn't dare get close to someone as crafty as Ye Xiu while blind. Change directions. Han Wenking didn't even try to approach the wave of sand to prevent Ye Xiu from using any underhanded tricks. When he turned around, he looked behind him and saw Sima Cheng's dancing rain sliding down from the sand dune. The cover from the sandstorm didn't differentiate between friend or foe. Once Sima Cheng's dancing rain entered the sandstorm, Tyranny had lost her location as well. When she suddenly showed up in Han Wenking's view, she was already halfway down from the sand dune. No, it wasn't just Sima Cheng. Boundless Sea and Soft Mist. Fang Rui and Tang Ru were there as well. Dragon breaks the ranks. Soft Mist raised her spear and charged forward. The sand swirled around the dragon as it flew towards Desert Dust. Not only had the sand not provided any resistance to the surging momentum of Dragon Breaks the Ranks, it had strengthened it. On one end was Ye Xiu, who was hiding, who knew what tricks behind the cover of the sand. On the other end was the powerful Dragon Breaks the Ranks. The two threats formed a pincer attack. Lord Grimm's position wasn't just to seal off Rhoda's retreat path. More importantly, he maintained a constant threat to Desert Dust. While the rest of Tyranny's attention was on rescuing Bai Yanfei, Sima Cheng and Ye Xiu coordinated together to trap Han Wenking. Ye Xiu had simply picked a spot, yet it hid so many hidden motives. This was what it meant to be a top player, but Han Wenking was also a top player. If there was no opening, then he simply had to make one. This sort of brute force method was his specialty. Reinforced iron bones. He moved while activating reinforced iron bones. Desert dust moved past the wall of sand. Dodging soft mist's dragon breaks the ranks. But what did Lord Grim have in store for him? Two hands stretched into the sand. In these hands was a dismantled myriad manifestations umbrella, the tonfa form. Grab. Han Wenking was able to determine what it was immediately. As expected, Ye Xiu had expected him to brute force his way out. He had also predicted correctly that he would use reinforced iron bones to give himself super armor. Grab skills ignored super armor. Ye Xiu had predicted what Han Wenking would do, but Han Wenking had also predicted what Ye Xiu would do. Stomach kick. Desert dust kicked so fast that it was all just a blur to the audience. Then they heard a paw. The stomach kick was fast enough to produce a sonic boom. He had attacked later, but it was fast enough to arrive first. However, it didn't hit. To be able to dodge such a fast kick, Ye Xiu must have predicted it. Han Wenking didn't delay. The instant his stomach kick retracted, he kicked again. Whirlwind kick. As he spun, he kicked up a bunch of sand. His body had turned, but his head was still locked in the same direction. Han Wenking was adjusting his line of sight as he used the move. The whirlwind kick could be dodged, but the sand couldn't be. Crash! Sand rained down, smashing into Lord Grim, allowing Han Wenking to see Lord Grim's outline. The whirlwind kick fell, and then another kick chased after that outline. The purpose of the whirlwind kick hadn't been to attack the opponent, but to sweep up the sand. Pa! So many exchanges had happened in an instant. The kick should hit, but Han Wenking immediately noticed that his kick had struck Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella shield. Nothing could be done. Ye Xiu was too familiar with him. Ye Xiu knew that he would use the kicked-up sand to attack. The attack had been too quick for him to dodge, but using his umbrella shield to block it wasn't a problem. Jump off the umbrella and then eagle stamp. Han Wenking instinctively wanted to use this move, but a thought suddenly flashed into his mind. Wasn't Ye Xiu able to predict what he would do because of his instinctive habits? Facing an opponent who knew him this well, it was only by doing something unexpected would he be able to give him a surprise. But with this slight hesitation, Han Wenking immediately noticed that the moment desert dust missed, Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella had retracted. A cold light flashed as a sword swung towards him. It was only then did Han Wenking realize that his desert dust was in a situation no different from being knocked up into the air. It had only been an instant, yet in this instant, Han Wenking had lost the initiative. He didn't panic, though. His desert dust straightened up in the air, 1,000-ton drop. His reinforced iron bones was still active. With 1,000-ton drop, no matter how powerful the attack, it wouldn't be able to make his desert dust budge. Han Wenking was prepared to take the sword slash. But when he saw the sword light spinning, Han Wenking suddenly realized that something wasn't right. It didn't deal much damage, but wherever the sword light passed, space itself seemed to warp, giving it a different type of strength. Because of the yellow sand, it wasn't until it got close that Han Wenking was able to recognize it. But it was already too late to react. Spellblade skill, Wave Wheel Slasher. Sword light cut apart the void. The spell waves formed a seal, locking the target in place. For swordsman classes, whether or not you were a spellblade, it was a must-learn skill to deal with super armor. Facing a swordsman, Han Wenking would have been 100% on guard against it. But because he was facing Ye Xiu, and unspecialized in such a fast-paced fight, Han Wenking had overlooked this possibility. The difficulties of the unspecialized lay here. No matter how familiar he was with Ye Xiu, he wasn't familiar with this class because of its uniqueness. The more experienced the player, the more the player relied on what possible options their opponent's class had in a given situation. However, these sort of intuition didn't work facing an unspecialized. And Han Wenking was an old rival of Ye Xiu and understood him incomparably well. However, he would instinctively think of him as a battle mage. He had to force himself to unlearn his habits against him because he wasn't facing one autumn leaf. After that, he had to comb through what possible options an unspecialized had. But because each form of the myriad manifestations umbrella could have a bonus skill added to it, in theory, it meant that apart from class advanced skills, Ye Xiu had access to any skill in glory. Han Wenking wasn't a robot. No matter how big-brained he was, how could he sort through so many options in an instant? The unspecialized was indecipherable. You had no experience against the class. Your intuition would fail you. The transformations that Lord Grimm's weapon had access to broke through the limits of what a player could think up. And because of the extremely fast-paced combat, there was simply no way to predict what skills an unspecialized might use. Even if he understood Ye Xiu's style and his habits, he couldn't pick out what Ye Xiu would do next. There were simply too many options to consider. This familiarity became a burden. His familiarity made him instinctively react a certain way, which gave out an opening. Han Wenking had been trying hard to remind himself that he was no longer facing a battle mage, but just telling himself that couldn't stop the battle habits and intuition he had built up through 8 years of rivalry. In a crisis, his instincts had been polished through many years of experience, and that made his skills incomprehensive. How difficult! His evaluation from 10 years before never felt closer today. Chapter 15:30 Response, Negligence. Chapter 15:30 Response, Negligence. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Dancing rain, boundless sea, and soft mist rushed forward together. Desert Dust, who was trapped by Wave Wheel Slasher, looked to be in a dire situation. However, no one forgot that this was a team competition. The broadcast no longer focused on Desert Dust and switched over to the others on Tyranny, Dazzling 100 Blossoms, -9 degrees, and Rhoda. Sure enough, the 3 long-ranged attackers had already set out. They moved like the wind, focusing their long-ranged attacks on Happy's healer, Little Cold Hands, who was standing far away at the back. He hadn't rushed over to attack Han Wenking like the others on Happy. Sacrifice Han Wenking for a trade. Tyranny's choice was truly brave, decisively abandoning their captain and their core player. As for Little Cold Hands, when he had been using Angel Wings, he had already been the main target for Tyranny's long-ranged attackers. Later, the sudden death charge directly into their formation from Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm had destroyed their little safe zone, leading to a slight strategic shift from Tyranny. As soon as they regained their footing, they continued to bite at Little Cold Hands. It was as if they didn't even see Desert Dust's predicament. What to do? Tyranny had been decisive. Now it was Happy's turn to be troubled. With this trade, even though Happy would be able to eliminate Tyranny's captain, it would be at the sacrifice of their healer. In a one-to-one trade, the healer had to be prioritized. In the team competition, this was practically an established rule. Understanding this rule, Suma Cheng had dancing rain shift targets. Boom, boom, boom. Her explosions lifted a cloud of sand into the air, reducing the visibility that Tyranny's long-ranged attackers would have. But after those artillery shells exploded, it also led to a sudden change in the flow of the sand. Little Cold Hands, who had been standing there, felt the ground beneath him slip, and he fell onto his butt. The launcher's heavy firepower was far more destructive than the likes of a sharpshooter or Spitfire. On the other hand, elementalists dealt magic damage. Their destructive abilities couldn't compare to physical attacks. Dancing Rain had created a wall of sand, obstructing the long-ranged attacks from Tyranny, just like she had intended. However, by blowing up a hole in the sand dune, the flow of sand suddenly accelerated. Careless. When Pan Lin saw Little Cold Hands slip and fall onto his butt, he criticized Suma Cheng. But that wasn't what Tyranny thought. Don't underestimate Suma Cheng's cunning. This was the lesson that they had just learned in the group arena. Tang Ru's soft mist had switched directions, and little cold hands, who was sitting on the sand dune, was now sliding down the sand dune. Anyone with an eye for tactics should be able to understand. By accelerating the downward flow of the sand, little cold hands would be able to get under the protection of his teammates faster. Blowing a hole into the sand dune and accelerating the flow of the sand definitely wasn't out of carelessness. It had been intentional. As for little cold hands slipping and falling onto his butt, that had been intentional from Nwenyi as well. He wasn't as technically skilled as Ye Xiu and the others on Happy. Trying to control his character in the moving sand was very difficult for him. He understood Sima Cheng's intentions, but he wasn't confident in being able to adjust to the sudden increase in speed. As a result, he didn't force himself to. Instead, he fell down, letting the sand carry him. It was quite clever, and in a match, cleverness and decisiveness were often needed. Soft mist suddenly charged at Tyranny's long-ranged attackers, interfering with their attacks towards little cold hands. Lord Grim and Boundless Sea teamed up on Desert Dust, with Dancing Rain supporting them. Happy had no intentions of letting Desert Dust go, and at the same time they wanted to save little cold hands. It was a brilliant response. Those who saw through Happy's solution praised them. Unfortunately, it stopped there. Happy's brilliant response wasn't able to be carried out to completion because they had overlooked a certain someone. Han Wenqing. Han Wenqing was being attacked from all sides, and it looked as if Happy wouldn't have any trouble dealing with Desert Dust, which was why everyone had focused on Nwenyi's little cold hands instead. Dancing Rain turned fire, soft mist switched directions. In that instant, Sima Cheng and Tang Ru indeed hadn't been worried about Han Wenqing. After all, both Ye Xiu and Fang Rui were there. But thousand-ton drop. Desert Dust crashed to the ground, pressing on the loose sand with 1,000 tons of force. His two legs sunk deep into the sand. Following afterwards, a whirlpool seemed to be created. The surrounding flow of sand above it all changed directions towards the deep pit smashed out by Desert Dust's 1,000-ton drop. Of the four surrounding him, only Lord Grim, who was below him, had firm footing. The three above him, including Soft Mist, who had switched directions, instantly lost their balance. 1,000-ton drop ignored grab skills. Even if Ye Xiu had used a toss or a back throw, Desert Dust wouldn't have budged. Only a move like Wave Wheel Slasher, which used magic to create its own space, could seal Desert Dust's movements. However, Wave Wheel Slasher only lasted for so long, and it didn't interrupt 1,000-ton drop. As a result, when Wave Wheel Slasher ended, 1,000-ton drop continued. Happy's brilliant response was disrupted just like this by the trapped Desert Dust. Ye Xiu immediately had Lord Grim attack. With Desert Dust's legs stuck in the sand, he wasn't going anywhere. Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella transformed into a spear. A circle swing was just about to nab Desert Dust when he twisted around. Not good. Ye Xiu's instincts were telling him to retreat, cancel, and jump back. Ye Xiu reacted extremely fast. The circle swing was cancelled and Lord Grim jumped as far back as possible. However, the other three on Happy, who were still regaining their balance, couldn't react in time. Desert Dust finished turning around and all three characters were pulled into his grasp. Spiraling Whirlwind, a level 70 grappler skill. Han Wenqing had chosen this skill to put on his Desert Dust's silver weapon, Flame Fist. Hua. Yellow sand burst into the sky. Desert Dust shot out of the ground. The spinning force produced by his two arms held tightly onto the three from Happy. They rose into the air along with Desert Dust, flipped upside down, and then crashed to the ground. Poo grab skills could not be quick recovered. The three slammed into the ground, creating 3 craters in the sand dunes and 3 waves of sand. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim was in this area, but he didn't go and rescue his teammates. Instead, Lord Grim ran towards a different direction. It looked like he was in a hurry, yet he didn't use any movement skills. It wasn't that Ye Xiu didn't want to, he couldn't. He could not save Suma Cheng and the others, and he could not increase his speed with a skill like Shining Cut. Because the moment he dodged that spiraling whirlwind, he stepped onto a sacred fire, Zhang Xinji, immovable rock. Han Wenking's most trusted partner had his back. Ye Xiu's choice was out of helplessness. Unable to use any skills, he didn't dare fearlessly charge towards the enemy cleric. If he moved any closer to desert dust, Han Wenking would probably give him 10 years' worth of revenge. The tides instantly shifted. The three unhappy had been thrown into the sand, while desert dust calmly landed. Trapping and suppressing him wasn't going to be possible anymore. However, the one in the most danger was in Wenyi. Happy's response had been crushed instantly. Little Cold Hands was now sliding down into the mouth of the tiger, and Wenyi needed to get up and run away. This time, and Wenyi being called Happy's weakness were no longer empty words. He tried his hardest to move his character in the river of sand. In the end, it looked like he was trying to doggy paddle his way up. The crowd laughed loudly seeing this scene, but not Tyranny, and Wenyi looked to be in a sorry state. Little Cold Hands wasn't moving gracefully at all, but his judgment was correct. The direction he chose to run away to was the worst possible direction for Tyranny. He had chosen to move towards the Lord Grim and immovable rock, but Tyranny wasn't worried at all. Previously, Happy had neglected the trapped Han Wenking. This time, they had neglected Zhang Xinji. Tyranny's two core had actually been overlooked. All three long-ranged attackers fired at Little Cold Hands. Multiple people targeting with a flustered rookie was much more efficient than Ye Xiu targeting an experienced Zhang Xinji. Tyranny's reasoning was that simple. They had confidence in themselves and in Zhang Xinji. And Wenyi had picked the best possible option, but it wasn't enough to shake Tyranny. Happy's other three players had gotten up. When they saw the situation, they knew that they had to save Little Cold Hands. However, an imposing figure stood in their way. Han Wenking, desert dust. One person ready for a 1v3, the crowd erupted. This was their captain. When they needed him the most, 1v2, 1v3, 1v4, he wouldn't retreat. This bravery had never faltered no matter how much time had passed. Even if he was beginning to play more flexibly, when brute force was needed, he would proudly stand at the front. 10 years just like the past. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 1531, Dependable Scheme, Chapter 1531, Dependable Scheme Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami wind continued to blow, and sand continued to fill the sky. Han Wenking's 1v3 wasn't simply out of bravery. Tyranny had chosen this map specifically, and he was taking advantage of it perfectly. Desert dust moved effortlessly and nimbly compared to his three opponents. From time to time, his attacks would strike the sand, producing a change in the flow of sand. For Happy, it was an enormous hindrance. Fang Rui and Suma Cheng could rely on their experience to adapt to the flow of sand. However, with Han Wenking constantly changing the flow, they had to focus much of their efforts onto adapting to the sand beneath them. As for Tang Ru, she was having an even more difficult time. Her experience in glory was lacking, and had to rely on her reaction speed and hand speed to deal with the sand. The amount of effort she had to put in just to move around was frightening. As such, Han Wenking was able to hold them off despite it being a 1v3. He didn't need to win over his opponents. He just needed to keep them here until his teammates took care of Happy's Little Cold Hands. Happy obviously understood what Tyranny intended to do. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim continued to pursue Zhang Xinji's immovable rock. He trusted his teammates. If they could get past Han Wenking and get to Wenyi, forming a defensive wall for him, and Wenyi could start putting his healing to use, it would become a 4v4 with Happy having the upper hand. Happy would have a healer, while Tyranny would not. What's more, Tyranny's healer would be in a 1v1 against Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu's decision to pursue Zhang Xinji's immovable rock seemed like it had been out of helplessness due to the sacred fire. But now, it had become a key chess piece on the board. However, for this chess piece to shine, it needed Sima Cheng, Fang Rui, and Tang Ru to break open the situation. 3v1, break through. The task given to them didn't seem hard at all. Those who understood Happy's strategy felt amazed at Ye Xiu's decision to target immovable rock. To them, it was a godlike play that would turn the tides of the match. But no one would have expected that the three on Happy would be unable to get past Han Wenqing. You couldn't blame the three for not trying. Neither of them were playing poorly. The pro players watching the match put themselves in their shoes. Facing Han Wenqing's attacks, none of them felt like they would be able to break out of his blockade easily. It takes time to adapt to the sand. They looked at the flow of the sand and how desert dust was constantly changing the direction of the flow. They thought to themselves, how would they break through this situation? It was a habit that pro players had to improve themselves. It was only these types of difficult situations would lead to this kind of serious thinking. Time passed. Dancing Rain would send out a few long-ranged attacks from time to time, but it wasn't enough to affect the assault onto Little Cold Hands by Tyranny's three long-ranged attackers. Happy's three players weren't taking much damage, but Nwenyi was having a rough time. He was being bombarded with spells and bullets from an elementalist and two gunners. What's worse, two of these attackers specialized in AI attacks, making it feel like he had nowhere to run to. I don't believe it, a message from Fang Rui jumped out. Boundless Sea suddenly took a large step forward. Sima Cheng saw this and had Dancing Ran retreat. Yes, yes, yes. The pro players watching the match nodded their heads. They were taking advantage of the fact that strikers had very low range. Their weakness was that the area under their control was small. Retreat and go around. It might take more time than going in a straight line, but it was definitely one way to get past him. Boundless Sea and Dancing Rain didn't only retreat. One went left while the other went right, so Han Wenqing could only deal with one of them. But Han Wenqing wasn't troubled at all. He didn't even glance at the two of them. It seemed like he knew how they would respond. His desert dust focused solely on Tang Ru's soft mist. The two had previously fought in the group arena. It had been an intense fight. In the end, Tang Ru relied on her health advantage to win over Han Wenqing. However, in the team competition, this time, Tang Ru was losing. The map affected her too much. In this environment, Tang Ru had no way to only concentrate on attacking. After a few exchanges, Desert Dust used an Emperor's Fist, pushing Soft Mist 10 steps back. Turn around, sprint. Desert Dust was ahead of Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea, and he headed straight for Little Cold Hands. Kill. His intentions were obvious. Boundless Sea and Dancing Rain gave chase. Suddenly, a storm of fire rained down on them. A swap. Tyranny had made a swap. Han Wenqing's Desert Dust attacked Little Cold Hands, while the three long-ranged attackers targeted Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea. Blossoms of light and magic explosions swallowed the two of them. Even though Boundless Sea activated Chi Wave Shield as a defensive option, he couldn't completely protect both of them with it. Dancing Rain didn't have any defensive skills. Breaking out forcefully would be unwise. Sima Cheng could only have Dancing Rain return fire to see if she could create an opening. This isn't too bad for Happy, Li Yibo analyzed the recent changes in the fight. If this continues, both healers will be in a 1v1 and it'll likely end in a trade, healer for healer, Li Yibo continued. I see, Pan Lin nodded. The broadcast switched over to the fight between Ye Xiu and Zhang Xinji. The king of 1v1s against a squishy cleric. It was obvious who would win. It was simply a matter of time. The sacred fire on Lord Grimm had worn off a long time ago. He quickly used several movement skills to close in on immovable rock. The two were rather far from the rest of the battle. They were no longer on the sand dune. Ye Xiu didn't show any mercy, while Zhang Xinji did his best to survive. The two master tacticians knew where the key to this battle was. It could even be said that this key had been formed because of their clash in tactics. However, neither of them spared a moment to take a look at the situation over there. Even against a cleric, Ye Xiu didn't relax, because from immovable rock's direction of escape, he could see Zhang Xinji's intention. Not far ahead was the support zone. The switching of players was protected by the system. No attacks could interrupt it. If Zhang Xinji reached there, he could swap with Tyranny's sixth player, Lin Jingyan. Of course, there was a time restriction on switching players. Players couldn't just keep switching back and forth however they liked. However, just one switch was enough. Tyranny would be able to protect their important healer. As for the other end, Tyranny held the initiative. If Happy couldn't save their healer and Zhang Xinji's immovable rock was able to escape, it would be disastrous for Happy. Even if Little Cold Hands was rescued in the end, it wouldn't be a problem for Tyranny. They would certainly retreat back ahead of time and rescue Zhang Xinji. Tyranny would not lose out either way. Zhang Xinji liked safe and reliable plans. Ye Xiu obviously wasn't going to let him have his way. Lord Grimm held onto immovable rock tightly, not giving him a chance to run. Zhang Xinji obviously couldn't pray that Ye Xiu would make a mistake. He never believed in placing his hopes on luck. He persevered and waited. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for an opening when Ye Xiu attacked. It's here. Zhang Xinji was calm and cautious. This sort of personality made it easy for people to mistake him for having low hand speed. However, ever since he had joined the alliance, he had never fallen out of the top 10 in hand speed. Glory's #1 healer was top tier in reaction speed and hand speed even among pro players. Charge. The robed cleric suddenly used this bold knight skill. For spectators familiar with the Glory competitive scene, it wasn't anything novel. Pro characters were meant solely for PvP. As a result, many of their skill choices were different than those who needed to do dungeon quests. For healers focused on PvP, learning a low-level skill from a priest class like a knight was nothing strange. When the opponent closed in, this sort of movement skill was very useful. Immovable Rock had used charge when he first tried to escape, but in the end, his movement capabilities couldn't compare to an unspecialized. He was quickly caught. Zhang Xinji didn't hastily use charge as soon as he could. He couldn't underestimate Ye Xiu. Even if it was an instant cast skill, it required the right timing. He finally found an opportunity. He instantly charged out like a warrior. Hua. As soon as he used charge, his vision was blocked. The myriad manifestations umbrella opened in its shield form. Ye Xiu had reacted in the end. The shield was big, and the edges of the shield were able to block the charge. Clerics looked amazing when they used charge. Their weapon was oftentimes a cross. When they used charge, their cross would float in front of them, radiating with a holy light as if it were guiding the cleric. Unfortunately, this holy light encountered a shield. Charge couldn't be completely nulled with a shield. What's more, because of how big the umbrella shield was, it was rather light. In terms of priority, it was considered a weak shield. Even though a cleric's charge couldn't compare to a knightess, it couldn't be completely blocked. Immovable Rock's silver weapon, backlight cross, shined with white light, pulling Immovable Rock forward. Lord Grimm twisted his body, forcing his center of mass down to stop himself from sliding back. The distance that Lord Grimm slid back was rather unexpected. The terrain was the reason. The two were situated on loose sand. With a push, the sand gave way. The friction from sand couldn't compare to that of solid ground. By the time Lord Grimm's feet had sunk far enough into the sand to create enough resistance to stop the charge, the skill duration was almost over. Immovable Rock had pushed farther than expected, but it still wasn't enough to reach the support zone. Suddenly, light burst out from Immovable Rock's backlight cross, creating a circle of light. It looked astonishing, but the surface of the sand didn't seem to be affected by it. However, Lord Grimm, who was still holding up the myriad manifestations umbrella, was directly pushed back several steps by this light. Paladin skill, Angel's might. Chapter 1532, Post-Match What-Ifs. Chapter 1532, Post-Match What-Ifs. Translator, Namiyami Editor, Namiyami. Paladin skill, Angel's might. The skill forced the target back. It ignored super armor and resistance from shields. After the Blue Rain home game against Happy, many analysts had mentioned that if Blue Rain's healer Sujinxi had used an Angel's Might against Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion, the outcome of that match would have been very different. There were always all sorts of what-ifs after a match, and in this match between Happy and Tyranny, there were what-ifs as well, and Angel's Might had once again become a hot topic. Happy had lost. The Angel's Might from Zhang Xinji's immovable rock hadn't been the only turning point, but it was the most important one in the team competition. Angel's Might forced Lord Grimm back, and Zhang Xinji was able to take advantage of that opportunity to reach the support zone. By the time Lord Grimm was able to recover, his opponent had become Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder. Post-match analysis had pointed out that Lord Grimm could have theoretically intercepted immovable rock before he reached the support zone. But in the end, he was one step too slow. One reason was that Zhang Xinji's reaction speed and hand speed weren't slow. Another reason was that perhaps Ye Xiu had gotten old, or perhaps it was because the exhaustion that Tyranny had built up onto Ye Xiu had finally taken effect. He had been just a hair off. No one could pinpoint the exact reason, not even Ye Xiu himself. Happy needed to face the reality of it. The outcome of the second round between Happy and Tyranny ended in Happy's defeat. The two teams had returned back to the starting point. This set would be decided in the third game, and because Tyranny had placed higher than Happy in the regular season, the game would be held in Tyranny's home stadium. However, the home stadium advantage was only limited to additional morale from the home team's fans and income from ticket sales. Neither team had the advantage of choosing the maps in the deciding match. The maps would be chosen randomly, and they would be maps that no Glory player had ever seen before. The Glory Game Company had created maps specifically for the playoffs. Before these maps were used, no team would have information on them. The maps would be randomly picked from this collection of playoff maps on the day of the match. It seemed as if neither side had the map advantage. However, Tyranny consisted of experienced old generals. Their ability to adapt to maps was absolutely higher than Happy's rookies. With the match taking place in Tyranny's home stadium, even though they wouldn't be choosing the maps, the support from the crowd would certainly have a positive effect on their morale. The break between Game 2 and Game 3 was 2 days. It would be unwise for Happy to fly to City H and then fly back. As a result, during these 2 days, Tyranny could adjust their mindsets to face this final deciding game in the environment that they were most familiar with. As for Happy, their only choice was to slowly digest their recent defeat in this unfamiliar environment. The night that match ended, in this unfamiliar city and unfamiliar hotel, there were few people unhappy who were able to sleep soundly. Chen Guo was someone who always worried, and sure enough, she wasn't able to sleep. She rolled around in her bed, wanting to find someone to chat with, but at the same time she didn't want to bother anyone else. Unable to calm down, she browsed the internet for 3 or 4 hours. Half the time she was simply staring at a blank page. There was still one more game left. It could be said that the battle had only just begun. Why did she need to be so nervous? Chen Guo consoled herself and then took a look at the page she had just opened. What a coincidence! It was a poll showing their chances in the next game. Tyranny, 87.3% happy, 12.7% fuck. Chen Guo couldn't help but curse. The poll was too lopsided. The first game had been Happy's home game against Tyranny. At that time, people had favored Tyranny, but in the end, Happy had won. As a result, in Happy's away game against Tyranny, although people still favored Tyranny, the support for Happy had been considerably higher. Why did it suddenly become this lopsided for the third game? Chen Guo was irritated, thinking that it was unfair. But in her heart, she knew that her uneasiness and worry was because she might be unconsciously thinking the same thing, even though half of those 3 or 4 hours were her staring blankly at the computer. She had still looked over quite a few comments on their prospects. Chen Guo had a certain level of ability now. She was no longer the same as before, where she simply believed anything that seemed somewhat reasonable. When she read commentaries online, even when it was by a well-known analyst, she wouldn't blindly believe it. She would think on her own and come up with her own opinion. But the more she looked, the more nervous she became because she agreed with many of these opinions. She couldn't come up with anything to refute them, such as the advantage that Tyranny had with the random maps, such as Happy having trouble adjusting in an unfamiliar environment, such as the blow to Happy's morale after their recent defeat. These were all valid points. No matter how much Chen Guo didn't want to think about them, they would still be there, especially the part about morale. Chen Guo had personally seen the disappointment and listlessness from Happy after the loss. Everyone in Happy is strong. After a night's rest, they'll be back to normal. Chen Guo kept telling herself this, but she herself couldn't fall asleep. After browsing the internet for those 3 or 4 hours, she still couldn't sleep. After seeing how big the gap was between the two teams in the poll, she definitely couldn't sleep. Chen Guo furiously gave a vote for Happy. Nothing changed. The disparity continued to stare back at her. At this moment, her QQ flashed. Chen Guo checked. It was Ye Xiu. "You're not going to sleep?" Ye Xiu asked. "You're not sleeping either." Chen Guo saw that, like herself, Ye Xiu hadn't slept. She wasn't happy at all about it, though. It only made her feel more depressed. In her eyes, Ye Xiu was Happy's unshakable pillar. No matter what situation they were in, he would never waver, but it looked like even he couldn't sleep. It seemed like the problem was far more grave than she had imagined. "Oh, I got up to steal veggies," Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo was speechless. She had been with the guy for 2 years. When had he ever cared about veggies? "Why can't I steal your veggies?" Ye Xiu asked. Chen Guo was furious. She hadn't taken care of her farm for many years and hadn't harvested her veggies in a long time. Once someone stole your veggies, you wouldn't have any veggies left for anyone else to steal. These were the basics. Did he really think he could trick her, saying that he got up to steal her veggies? "Go to bed. Everything will be fine," Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo really wanted to ask what he meant by fine, but in the end, she simply typed out an OK. TLN. The author is talking about Happy Farm, which was a very popular farming social network game in China that came out in 2008. You can steal other people's veggies in this game. The most notable clone ripoff of Happy Farm is Farmville, released in 2009. She turned off her computer and went to bed. Chen Guo tossed and turned restlessly. She would go to sleep for a bit and then wake up. Who knew how many times she had woken up during the night? When she got up to take a look at herself in the morning, she had 2 dark bags under her eyes. "Ah, our morale," Chen Guo thought to herself. How was she supposed to see everyone? Her nervousness and uneasiness were obvious. It might infect the others. Chen Guo was still feeling gloomy when she heard a knock from the door. "Who is it?" Chen Guo asked. "Are you up, Guo Guo?" Tang Ru answered. Chen Guo opened the door. Tang Ru was standing outside in her pajamas. When Tang Ru saw Chen Guo, she immediately let out a laugh. "Looks like you didn't sleep well again," Tang Ru said. "Why do you mean again?" Chen Guo mumbled unhappily. It was true, though. Ever since Team Happy had become official, Chen Guo had often lost a lot of sleep. Every night before a match, she would toss and turn, unable to sleep. Whenever Happy won a match, she wouldn't be able to sleep because she was too excited. Whenever Happy lost a match, she wouldn't be able to sleep because she was too depressed. Back when she was an excellent Era fan, it would only happen occasionally. Now that she was completely invested into Happy from the Challenger League to the playoffs, Chen Guo had countless sleepless nights. "Hurry up and get ready. Let's get breakfast," Tang Ru said. Chen Guo went to wash her face and asked, "What about everyone else?" "Ye Xiu told everyone that was up to go to the practice room," Tang Ru said. "Why wasn't I told?" Chen Guo was puzzled. Tang Ru bent down and picked up a slip of paper from under Chen Guo's door. She handed it over to Chen Guo for her to take a look. "A slip of paper? How crude!" Chen Guo looked down on it in disdain. "He was afraid of disturbing the others," Tang Ru said. Chen Guo stared blankly. It was a good method to communicate with them without disturbing anyone. There was no set time either. It was simply whenever you got up. Chen Guo wasn't in the mood to try go back to bed. She quickly tidied herself up. She didn't bother putting on any makeup to hide the bags under her eyes and dragged Tang Ru out the door with her. She wasn't in the mood to eat breakfast, but since Tang Ru wanted to, she couldn't just let her starve. After eating breakfast, the two went to the practice room. In away games, the home team would provide them practice rooms. The big teams would have practice rooms specifically for away teams. In the early days, when teams seeked victory by fair means or foul, teams used to intentionally make the away team practice rooms worse to affect the away team's practice and mood. Later, the Alliance took charge and eliminated this sort of underhanded move by investigating the practice rooms given to away teams ahead of time. Nowadays, no team would suffer from this sort of practice. Happy had used Tyranny's away team practice room before in the regular season and the previous game. The room was quite nice. With Tyranny's personality, they would never fall so low as to engage in these types of dirty practices. When the two arrived at the practice room, Ye Xiu was already there. There was also Suma Cheng, Kaio Yifan, Luo Jai, and Wenyi. The others weren't there. Chen Guo looked around. She couldn't tell how they were doing from their expressions, but at the very least, no one had dark circles under their eyes like her. She casually gave them a greeting. Chen Guo and Tang Ru went to find their seats. No one said anything. Only the sound of keyboard tapping and mouse clicking could be heard. Ye Xiu got up and waved to Tang Ru. "Here's a video I want you to take a look at." "Sure." Tang Ru nodded her head and opened the video that Ye Xiu sent her. It was a video of soft mist showing clips from last night's match. Soon afterwards, Ye Xiu got up from his seat and headed over towards her. Chapter 1533, Everyone with Their Own Video. Chapter 1533, Everyone with Their Own Video. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami. Chen Guo's attention immediately shifted to Tang Ru's computer screen. Ye Xiu must have compiled the video last night to help Tang Ru improve. How is it? Ye Xiu went behind Tang Ru and watched the video together with her. Tang Ru didn't answer back, watching the video carefully. Chen Guo was also thinking, but even at her skill level, she could tell that the video didn't quite look like the usual analysis clips that Ye Xiu gathered after a match. The angle, distance, and rhythm didn't look right. Tang Ru's brows were beginning to furrow. It seemed like she was also having trouble understanding what she was watching. "You're not going to listen to the sound. It'll be better that way," Ye Xiu advised. Oh, he recorded his own voice, so that's the case. Ye Xiu had never done that before. Chen Guo suddenly understood. Even though she was curious, she didn't fight over the headphones. She watched as Tang Ru take the headphones and put them on. Her expression became even more puzzled. Then she stopped looking at the clip and turned her head to look at Ye Xiu. "How was my music choice? You play music. What do you think?" Ye Xiu was in high spirits. "Pretty good. Music choice." Chen Guo was starting to feel puzzled again. Tang Ru removed her headphones and handed them over to Chen Guo. Chen Guo immediately put them on. Hype music started playing as she watched the video. The video became more fun to watch, but at the same time it also indicated that this wasn't a video reviewing her mistakes in last night's match. It was a compilation of highlights showing off her skill. "It's pretty good, right?" Ye Xiu asked Chen Guo for her opinion. "This was what you were working on all of last night?" Chen Guo asked. "Yup." Ye Xiu nodded his head. "Amazing, right?" "Yeah, amazing." Chen Guo struggled to nod her head. She had hoped that Ye Xiu would give her an explanation, but haha, Ye Xiu laughed and then left. "Hey, hey, hey." Chen Guo couldn't bear it anymore and caught up to him. "Chem," Ye Xiu dragged Ye Xiu to a corner and lowered her voice. "You spent all of last night making this type of video. What are you planning?" "I'm planning on showing it to everyone," Ye Xiu said. "What's the point?" Chen Guo asked. "For them to watch." Ye Xiu was starting to get confused, seeing Chen Guo's expression. "Just to watch, nothing else." Ye Xiu thought about it. "Well, there's music to accompany it so they can listen too. You want everyone to watch these videos to raise the team's morale," Chen Guo said. "It's better than looking at those post-match reviews, no? Weren't you reading through those all night yesterday?" Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo wanted to refute it, but she couldn't. Everyone knew about her habits. There was no point hiding it. "It'll liven up the mood," Ye Xiu said to her. Chen Guo was speechless. Every match brings new possibilities. Whether it's a win or a loss, the past doesn't mean anything. During these 2 days, it wouldn't be good to try to force anything. In fact, it would probably mess up our original rhythm. Rather than having that happen, it'd be better to give everyone some confidence. We can only keep moving forward. Ye Xiu began speaking more seriously. "Why didn't you just say this to them?" Chen Guo said. "Because." Ye Xiu turned his head back. "Not everyone's up yet." "You're so annoying." Chen Guo walked away furiously, ignoring Ye Xiu. She returned to her seat and looked at Tang Ru. She had put on her headphones and was watching the video again. "What do you think?" Chen Guo asked. "It feels pretty good watching it." Tang Ru smiled. The others, unhappy, arrived at the practice room one after the other. Each of them received their own highlight video. The ones who played last night had clips from last night. Those who hadn't played last night had clips from past matches. The contents of those videos were all highlight clips showing off their skill. "Wow, wow, wow." Fang Rui watched his highlight video and made a lot of noise. "What a high-quality video. I didn't know you had talent in this area." "I'm only so-so," Ye Xiu replied modestly. "I'm going to upload it," Fang Rui said. Shortly afterwards, Chen Guo discovered that Fang Rui really had uploaded his highlight video to Glory's most popular video sharing site. Most of those videos were players trying to show off. A god wanted to squeeze in there too and fight them for the top spot. The outcome was obvious. The golden right hand, the greatest, the matchless, the magnificent Chi Master, Boundless Sea. Such a ridiculous title was eye-catching enough. When people clicked on it, they saw that it was indeed Boundless Sea. It wasn't anything new, though. It consisted of clips from last night's match, and anyone could make this sort of clip. But when everyone saw who had posted the video, they exploded. The uploader was Fang Rui himself. The account had been verified by the site. It was Fang Rui without a doubt. As a result, it no longer mattered what the contents of the video were. Fang Rui's name alone was enough to make the video trending. Not long afterwards, it was no longer just that site. The video was uploaded everywhere to all the major video sharing sites. In some places, there were even news articles that had been published. The widespread opinion was criticism of Fang Rui not using this time to review last night's match, instead using the time to make a highlight video of himself and uploaded it to the internet to show off. What sort of mentality was that? What mentality? Chen Guo didn't know either, but Wei Chen couldn't endure it anymore, seeing Fang Rui's smug look. He also uploaded his. However, he hadn't played last night. Most of the clips were from past matches, and he also wasn't as popular as Fang Rui, so the video wasn't as popular either. Although his video also caused quite a bit of commotion, it couldn't compare to Fang Rui's. What is Happy doing? Even though Wei Chen's video showed off past clips, his video had been uploaded shortly after Fang Rui's. It was a very subtle detail that many people caught on to. And how could Steamed Bun not join in? Wei Chen called out to him, and Steamed Bun also uploaded his video. Steamed Bun had been the 6th player in yesterday's team competition. By the time he came out, the match was already over. He didn't make any crazy plays, but even so, he had enough moments to make a beautiful video. Another one, another one. The Glory community was astonished. They felt like they had grasped Happy's thoughts. Who on Happy would be next? But the others on Happy weren't the type to blindly join in. They had some fun observing what all the commotion was about, but that was it. Then they took their own videos and carefully hid them away. Because of their understanding of their teammates, even if they didn't upload them, they couldn't rule out the possibility of those 3 from doing it for them. Unfortunately for Luo Jai, by the time he realized it, it was too late. "Let me help you." Steamed Bun's devotion to righteousness inspired reverence. He took Luo Jai's video and uploaded it. No. Luo Jai hastily tried to stop him, but it was futile to think that Luo Jai could overpower Steamed Bun in real life. "There's no need to be polite." Steamed Bun blocked Luo Jai with one hand while uploading Luo Jai's video with the other. Sure enough, the Glory community had been waiting for Happy's 4th video. "It's from Bao Rongxing again." Everyone was slightly surprised, but when they saw the video, they saw that it was Luo Jai's concealed light. Luo Jai hadn't played last night, but he had been the star of the first game with Tyranny. It had given the Alliance quite a bit of trouble. They weren't sure if they should give him MVP of the match in the team competition. They could give it to him, but he didn't actually have any eye-catching moments in combat. They could choose not to, but that match had been decided by him single-handedly. In the end, the MVP title for the team competition was given to Luo Jai. Without him, Happy would not have won so decisively. This was the reasoning given by the broadcast. The video showed Luo Jai creating that decisive play in the team competition. In the lonely depths of the forest, concealed light wandered around, ordering his summons around. The bustling scene all around, along with the accompanying music, made for a fun watch. "Amazing," players typed out in the comments below. It had undoubtedly been a brilliant play. There was not a single mistake. The work done by the summons was like a symphony. The people wanted more. The video sharing site received a spike in users. Countless people were refreshing for Happy's next video, but there was none. The others had hidden away their videos, refusing to let Fang Rui, Wei Chen, or Steamed Bun do as they pleased with them. The video upload stopped there. After a night of hard work, this was what he came up with. Seeing Fang Rui and the others pester Kaio Yifan and Enweni to upload their videos, Chen Guo continued to be speechless, but she could at least feel that the team was in a much better mood compared to last night. Everyone was in high spirits as they watched these videos. Afterwards, now that everyone was up, Ye Xiu said the words that Chen Guo was wondering why he didn't say it. He added another sentence after, "We can only keep moving forward." Let's watch today's match tonight. Tonight's match was Samsara versus Tiny Herb. The winner would move on to the finals, but seeing where they would be watching it, Chen Guo was surprised. Ye Xiu said that they were going to watch the match, but he had never mentioned that they would be watching it with Tyranny. They would soon be going into a fight to the death. Wouldn't it be awkward gathering together now? Chen Guo felt somewhat uncomfortable and talked very carefully. When she looked at the others on Happy, she saw that the rookies looked somewhat uncomfortable too. It was only Ye Xiu and the other experienced players who were at ease, especially Fang Rui. He was having a good time chatting with his old friend Lin Jingyan. Why we need to watch it with Tyranny? Chen Guo tried to understand. She felt like there was some purpose to it, but it wasn't convenient to ask Ye Xiu right now. The match began. "I'm betting on Samsara winning." "Does anyone on Tyranny dare to bet against me?" Wei Chen asked arrogantly. "We favor Samsara too," Zhang Xinji replied. Chapter 1534, A Change in Eras. Chapter 1534, A Change in Eras. Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami Samsara, Tiny Herb. These two teams were currently the only two teams in the alliance with two championships. However, Samsara's two championships were consecutive, more impressive than Tiny Herb's, which were interrupted in between. In addition, they were also on their way to their third consecutive championship, but Tiny Herb. They had already gone 2 years without anything. The majority of the current Tiny Herb was no longer the Tiny Herb that had obtained 2 championships. Their god of healing, Fang Shiqian, their unassuming yet diligent and reliable knight, Deng Fasheng, had already left Tiny Herb in glory. After Tiny Herb's 2 championship wins, they went through a reconstruction. People could see that now, Tiny Herb's most important player, magician Wang Jixi, had began the countdown on his time at Tiny Herb. Many players who debuted in the 3rd season had already retired, and though team aces would usually retire later than normal players, of the Season 3 debuts, Seaside's all-star level ace Zhao Yang had already retired last year and 301 degrees. Captain Yang Kong had also abdicated from this position as the core of the team after Ye Xiu joined. He was clearly getting ready to leave things to his juniors as well. Wang Jixi was still a member of Tiny Herb's main roster, an irreplaceable ace player. The most irreplaceable player. How much longer would Tiny Herb spend depending on Wang Jixi? Everyone who cared about Tiny Herb cared about this question. Just from on-stage performance, it didn't seem like Wang Jixi had declined in any way, but he was still getting old. There was only one explanation for his stable performance despite the erosion of age. He was overexerting himself. Yang Kong, having abdicated from his position of ace, might slowly only play in rotation and become a substitute player if he continued to lower the standards to which he held his own performance. With this pace, he'd still be able to play at decently high level for a good 2, maybe even 3 years. What about Wang Jixi? If he continued the way he was, leading Tiny Herb on this charge to the finish, how long would he be able to last? Everyone was worried, but they couldn't help but admire him for his spirit and willingness to sacrifice himself for his team. If he was willing to persist, then they were willing to bear witness to what he had left to give and hope this kind of sacrifice could earn him something in return. However, the obstacle in Wang Jixi's way, in Tiny Herb's way, was Samsara. The mighty Samsara. Compared to Tiny Herb, Samsara was a team currently in its prime. Their players had mostly joined in Season 5 and 6, and they were all at the peak age of their pro careers. Even the younger ones, like Sun Xiang, for example, had debuted in Season 7 with experience in weaker teams and powerhouse teams, and even the Challenger League before coming to Samsara. Sun Xiang's 4 years in the pro glory scene had been even more comprehensive than many veterans. In Season 8, Samsara beat Blue Rain in the finals. In Season 9, Samsara struck down Tyranny in the finals. This season, they met Tiny Herb in the semi-finals. Samsara was going through these former championship teams one after the other. It seemed like they were using this method to announce to the people of Glory that a new chapter had begun in the Alliance, and Samsara was the author of this new chapter. Though many people were unwilling to accept this, they couldn't deny that Samsara was a strong team. Take the two teams currently watching this match together. Tyranny was an old team with old players who refused to leave the stage. They felt an even deeper desire. As for Happy, as a new team with newcomers, they should have been a team of an even newer era than Samsara, but this team just had to have Ye Xiu in it, and Wei Chen, and Suma Cheng from the Golden Generation, as well as Fang Rui, who was from the same generation as Samsara's Zhou Zekai. It was complicated and hard to say what sort of attitude Happy would have for Samsara. However, for this match between Tiny Herb and Samsara, the two teams didn't hesitate to place their bets on a Samsara victory. The home team Samsara didn't choose any map with particular strategic value, just something they were more familiar with, and then faced Tiny Herb head-on. 5-3. Joe Zekai, the fourth player on Samsara's side, closed the curtains on the group area. In the following team competition, Samsara used their map advantage, not underestimating their opponent in the slightest. Zhang Xinji generally never gave uncertain answers and therefore very rarely made predictions of matches. However, this time he gave a very clear-cut answer: Samsara will win. Yes, Samsara will win. The situation was already clear enough. Any opinions on Samsara, feel free to tell us, it's not like you'll need it. Ye Xiu smiled. There was no way that Zhang Xinji wouldn't get what Ye Xiu was after. He smiled and ignored the question. Behind him, Zhang Jiao leaned over, rebutting Ye Xiu. How about you talk about your opinion on Samsara? They're really good, Ye Xiu said. No shit, Zhang Jiao replied. Even better than last year, Ye Xiu then added. Silence. Last year, Tyranny had fallen to Samsara in the finals. Tyranny's players had been unable to keep up the fight against time. This time, their abilities had been eroded by yet another year, while Samsara had only grown stronger. It really was time for a new era to begin. Even if one of them managed to snipe Samsara this year, no matter if it was Ye Xiu or Tyranny's veterans, they didn't have the power to compete with Samsara further. Samsara would start anew next year, but what about them? Their era was one to be left behind. Even if we're just a rock they stumble over, we'll make them fall as harshly as we can, Han Wenqing said. Everyone understood what he meant. They could only make their trip and delay them, but they wouldn't be able to trap them. Today, they could only be that small rock in their way. No matter how stubborn Han Wenqing was, he still had to accept the inevitable. Then we'll crush them under our feet. Unexpectedly, someone spoke up from behind Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu turned his head and saw Tang Ru as well as Steamed Bun, Kaio Yifan Mo Fan, and Wenyi Luo Jai. They weren't from the same era as the veterans. The veterans might be worn away pebbles, but they weren't. For Ye Xiu and Co, this was an ending, but for them it was only the beginning. You're right, Ye Xiu chuckled. Then let's lay the best path possible for you. Crush Samsara, Zhang Jiao added. What are you spazzing out about? Your destiny is to be crushed by us, Ye Xiu mocked. Fuck. Zhang Jiao bristled. He got too into it, forgetting for a moment that these guys were fighting to the death with them next. Let's go. You guys should go and prepare for your defeat as well, Ye Xiu said, getting up. The match wasn't over, but even Zhang Xinji dared to say the result. There was no more suspense to the match. It had been over for a while now. Ye Xiu led Happy's players out first. Is it really okay to let those guys walk off all smug like that? Zhang Jiao raged. He was very much displeased with the lack of response to Ye Xiu's trash talk. If there was any use in trash talking, then why even bother competing with matches? Han Wenqing said. Actually, it's because we can't win in trash talk, no, Lin Jingyan said honestly. There was a moment of silence. Fuck. Shockingly enough, Han Wenqing cursed, unable to say anything against that. Hey, that was when Song Qiying, attention still on the match, suddenly gave a cry of surprise. Everyone looked over. The match that they had thought was set in stone had suddenly rippled. Though in the end it didn't manage to change the final result, but I made too hasty a judgment, Zhang Xinji decided. That meant that while those ripples made by Tiny Herb's new generation players Liu Xiaobi, Gao Yingji, and the others didn't manage to turn the tables, it did create the hope of a comeback. Samsara won, one step closer to their goal of 3 consecutive championships. Tiny Herb lost, but people unexpectedly saw in this match that Tiny Herb had a future that wasn't as simple as it seemed at first glance. Perhaps it wasn't as people had feared, that Tiny Herb would crumble with Wang Jixi's departure. Tomorrow. Everyone had a tomorrow. For Happy, tomorrow was the last day off before the deciding match of the quarterfinals. Well, what must be said must be said. Happy's members gathered in the practice room once again in the morning, with Ye Xiu making a speech. Never mind all of you, even I've never played in the third game of a set before, Ye Xiu said. Neither have I, Wei Chen added. You haven't even done this for as long as I have, Fang Rui retorted. Shut up, all of you, Chen Guo yelled. Silence fell. Continue, Chen Guo directed at Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu let out the breath he had held in, as he was used to thinking that the shut up was also directed at him. We don't know the map beforehand, so there's no way of making arrangements for it. Even the lineup will be decided last minute, so we all have to prepare to be called up at any moment. I want you all to keep that in mind, Ye Xiu continued. Understood, everyone nodded. We won't make arrangements today. You should all take time to prepare yourselves however you want. Either way, we need to be in top shape for tomorrow's match. You heard what we said last night. Since tyranny's hand wanking has casted tyranny as a pebble, then we have no choice but to adhere to that and kick them aside, Ye Xiu said. Everyone laughed. They had all heard Han Wenking's words, but they all knew that this wasn't a role he had casted tyranny for, just musing over things from the perspective of a veteran. Ye Xiu had obviously been included as part of the pebble metaphor, but now Ye Xiu had decided to go off from that. It was obviously a joke. Kick them aside. Steamed Bun cheered. Happy's members face-palmed. Okay, so it wasn't that obvious to some people. Our target is the championship. Did anyone take a look at what happened last night after we left? Ye Xiu asked. I saw some comments online and went to finish watching the match, and when he said, Tiny Herb almost made a comeback. Oh, many of them made noises of surprise. As expected, most of them hadn't bothered to pay the match any attention after leaving. See that? That's competition. Nothing is certain until the very last moment. Even like last night when we were all certain of a steady victory on Samsara's side, miracles can still happen, Ye Xiu said. To most people, our victory in the Challenger League was a miracle, and winning the championship will be even more of a miracle. Since they like miracles so much, then we have no choice but to create another miracle for them to witness, Ye Xiu said. They all laughed again. Miracles were miracles. He was joking again. Let's create our miracle. However, this joke gained everyone's support. Whether out loud or silently to themselves, they all cheered. Chapter 1535, Settling the 10-Year Rivalry. Chapter 1535, Settling the 10-Year Rivalry. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami. The day of the decisive battle between Happy and Tyranny finally arrived, and this showdown was drawing a great deal of attention. The other semifinals match between Samsara and Tiny Herb had already been decided, with Samsara entering the finals. The victor of today's match would be the team competing against Samsara for this year's championship. Tyranny was the team that had met Samsara in last season's finals. This season, many people thought that they weren't doing well, but unexpectedly, having curbed their domineering attitude, they were able to quietly kill their way to this level. The other team, Happy, a new team that had killed its way here from the Challenger League, was already standing at the doorstep of the finals. Even if their path ended here, this was a sight that had never been witnessed before in glory history. Ye Xiu, this name with which everyone was both familiar and not. He had left this stage, but he had not vanished, and now he led this new team to stand once again before the world's eyes. I'm back. Just like he had said after winning the Challenger League, he had indeed returned here, his sword pointing toward the highest stage. But now he first needed to conquer this city. The final match, Tyranny's home game, there was not an empty seat in sight. The two teams had only just entered the stadium when the audience rose up in a surging roar, as though this was already the highlight. Tyranny's fans made use of their numbers' advantage, rallying and cheering on their team with vigor. The small bit of noise from Happy's fans in the away team section was completely smothered. Even though this was a life-or-death match, the pre-match customs were still the same. The two teams entered, acknowledged the crowd, and then headed toward their respective player areas. But those who watched these matches often all knew that one person would stay behind at this time. Ye Xiu. Regular season, playoffs, He was always Happy's first player. After the necessary greetings before the match's start, he usually just stayed on stage, directly going to compete in the first battle. This time was no different. Ye Xiu once again remained on stage. In that short moment, Happy's fans proudly burst forth with especially loud cheers. Ye Xiu, first to battle, the invincible symbol. From the regular season to the playoffs, not a single person had yet managed to refute that. But just a moment later, the proud cheers of the Happy fans were once again drowned out by the roars of the Tyranny fans. Because this time, Team Tyranny made a tit-for-tat response. They too had a player remaining on stage, their captain Han Wenqing. After avoiding Ye Xiu in the group arena for 2 matches of this season's playoffs, this time he avoided no longer, heading straight forward to stand before Ye Xiu. He, Ye Xiu chuckled. If you back down from this again, that really wouldn't be like you at all. Stop talking nonsense, Han Wenqing said. The two of them turned around, heading in opposite directions. It seemed as though they were walking away from each other, but in reality they were both stepping toward that battlefield. That battlefield where one of them would have to die. First match of the group arena. Happy, Ye Xiu, Lord Grim. Tyranny, Han Wenqing, Desert Dust. The judge was taken aback. The roster for this third match was decided on the spot, and after deciding, they were supposed to notify this judge. Now, seeing the actions of Ye Xiu and Han Wenqing, they were undoubtedly the first players of the 2 teams, but the problem was, neither of them had reported to the judge. If this process wasn't followed, then strictly speaking, this match between Ye Xiu and Han Wenqing would be invalid. But these 2 people were walking so steadfastly toward their own competitor booths, without the slightest sign of turning around, and the atmosphere of the stadium had truly been ignited. These 10-year opponents, in this match where the fates of their respective teams would be decided, completely and violently collided together at last. To settle these 10 years, there was perhaps no scene more perfect than this. So perfect that even the judge couldn't bring himself to break the atmosphere over a technicality. Just let it be, the judge compromised, skipping past this step and treating it as though the 2 players had already reported to him. Only now did the giant display screen light up with the names of the first group arena combatants. Ye Xiu, Han Wenqing. Even though they had already seen the answer, when these 2 names were displayed, the crowd couldn't help but become excited once again, especially those old fans who had been following Glory for many years now. For them, there was simply so much weight behind a showdown between these 2 names. Captain, destroy him! Even though that was the case, the manly men of Tyranny were resolute and determined. They weren't hoping for this 10-year culminating battle to be interesting enough to live up to the 2 players' fame or anything. They were most looking forward to seeing their captain's Desert Dust knock Ye Xiu's character to the ground in one punch. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A number of Tyranny's fans had brought props to cheer their team on, and they now began drumming them. All sorts of bright sounds mixed together into a cacophony in the stadium. But it didn't matter what it sounded like. It was all to cheer Han Wenqing on. The countdown to the battle began, and the system began to randomly select the map. The large question mark, representing the random selection, rotated around and around. Selected. Group Arena Map. Lava Arena. Because it was a map specially designed by the Glory developers for the playoffs, it didn't exist in the Glory map. Just from the name, no one was sure what kind of map this was. Now that the map was announced, they had to give some introduction and description of this map. The large display and the projection in the stadium, as well as the broadcast, quickly gave everyone an overview and described some of the map's features. The map as a whole was very easy to describe. It was shaped like a tic-tac-toe grid surrounded by a ring, and everywhere else was covered with hot lava. Clearly, this was a map with status effects. Characters that fell into the lava would certainly suffer damage from burns. The structure could be understood at a glance. The effects could be understood at a glance. There wasn't much new or strange that could be discussed about this map. When the characters loaded onto the map, the battle officially began. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm spawned in the south, Han Wenking's Desert Dust in the north. As soon as they entered the map, these two most experienced players in the pro circle looked around, and as soon as they saw the roiling and bubbling lava, they basically understood what this map was about. The two of them both moved very quickly, but their camera views were in constant motion, observing everything that they passed by. The map seemed as though it could be understood in a glance, but when it came to the details, the length and width of each section of the map could impact any battles that occurred there. The two players were both rapidly gathering all the information that they noticed. Very soon, the two of them appeared in each other's sights. There wasn't much that could serve as an obstacle on this map, so the players' views were quite unobstructed. Bang! Ye Xiu made the first greeting with a gunshot, but at this distance there was of course no threat. Desert Dust was in fact still outside of Lord Grimm's attack range. But in the same moment, Lord Grimm was already charging toward where Desert Dust stood. How could Han Wenking back down? He came forth first in the group arena, meeting Ye Xiu head-on. Having reached this point, he of course would not retreat. "I'll use you to test the power of this lava," Ye Xiu shouted in the chat. Lord Grimm opened fire again, and this time, Desert Dust was already within his attack range. But the two characters were separated by lava. A simple jump wasn't enough to cross over. Desert Dust was forced to walk a small semicircle along the path. It looked like Ye Xiu had controlled Lord Grimm thoughtlessly to charge over here, but his final attacking position caused Han Wenking a great deal of trouble. Just in this moment, the audience discovered that this map was relatively disadvantageous toward Desert Dust. Attack range was one part of it, but more important was that the structure of this map, understandable in a glance, allowed Ye Xiu to easily anticipate Han Wenking's movements. If he wanted to attack Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm, there was only that one path he could choose to take. Taking any other paths would be like circling around the other side of the planet to reach his destination. And in this kind of high-level confrontation, if your movements were seen through, then you would be suppressed. So as Desert Dust took this roundabout path, he was stung again and again by Lord Grimm's long-ranged attacks. Even worse, even if Desert Dust managed to make his way through the attacks along this road, Lord Grimm certainly wouldn't wait around for him to close in. But Han Wenking wouldn't back down just like that, nor would Tyranny's fans waver at seeing this kind of difficulty. The cheers became louder, Desert Dust's movement became faster. It was the final match between them. Did he have anything to hold back? No. After saving strength for an entire season, if he didn't let it out now, he would have no more chance. Lord Grimm's long-ranged attacks came from the gunner and mage classes, gunshots, flashes. But ultimately, they were unable to stop Desert Dust's advance. As expected, Ye Xiu didn't stand around waiting for Han Wenking. Seeing Desert Dust approach one step after another, Lord Grimm began to back away. Attack and retreat, using the map, Ye Xiu began kiting Han Wenking. Han Wenking still did not retreat. He focused everything on Lord Grimm's attacks, dodged, and then advanced. One step, two steps, he was closing in. Whoosh! Lord Grimm suddenly pulled a flash of light, shining cut. He used this assassin skill to swiftly move, instantly pulling apart the distance between their characters again. Those who were keeping track of the distance instantly felt their hearts shatter. And then they thought about how many such skills Lord Grimm had, and they thought about how the cooldowns for these skills weren't very long enough to be used non-stop, and their shattered hearts felt like shattering once again. But Han Wenking didn't care. It was as though he didn't understand this principle. He stubbornly, persistently, continued to chase. Ordinary movement with the occasional swift run. Aside from this, There was the reinforced iron bones that could allow him to withstand attacks, but he did not use it. There were the skills that could give him similar bursts of speed like soaring tiger, but he did not use those. Han Wenking was chasing him tightly, but at the same time he was saving up, and also at the same time he didn't forget to study his surroundings. The general setting was just this. Now, it was the details of the map that would decide many things. This was a chase that was extremely disadvantageous for him, but Ye Xiu didn't have it easy either. In this life-or-death match, both of them understood very clearly the consequences of a single misstep. Chapter 1536, An Opportunity Not Seized. Chapter 1536, An Opportunity Not Seized. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami, the roiling heat from the lava caused the outlines of the two characters to appear hazy. Han Wenking's in a shaky situation. Commentator Pan Lin exclaimed, after seeing desert dust repeatedly close in, only for Lord Grimm to use a movement skill to pull away again. But he hasn't been shaken off, Li Yibo said calmly from the side. This thrilling fight had put Pan Lin in an excited state, commentating almost non-stop. But Li Yibo, during this intense match, was in fact uncommonly calm. This match, for him, was also filled with many memories. As first-generation players, Ye Xiu and Han Wenking's rivalry was a symbol of their time. In that era, the alliance had just begun, and many technical and tactical aspects of glory were still in their formative stages. In that setting, individual strength would become the deciding factor of a match. And Li Yibo, as a member of Team Tyranny, could be said to have completely experienced this symbol of that era. To this day, he still remembered when Excellent Era had won their third consecutive championship, the helplessness and despair that Ye Xiu's domination had brought upon them. Everyone in the team had felt discouraged and frustrated, but their captain Han Wenking had never bowed down. Even if he only had a sliver of health remaining, he was the kind of person who would fight relentlessly until the very end. Scene after scene from those old seasons played through Li Yibo's mind. In comparison, he truly didn't feel that desert dust closing in or widening the gap was any problem. Han Wenking had faced far more despairing situations in the past without wavering. It was just as Li Yibo had calmly said to Pan Lin. He still hadn't been shaken off. "Ah, chance!" Pan Lin suddenly shouted. The expanse of lava to the right of these two characters came to an end and suddenly narrowed. Lord Grimm was sticking to the side, looking like he wanted to turn right, but at this moment if desert dust suddenly used a jumping skill, it should be strong enough for him to directly leap across the lava to arrive in front of Lord Grimm. It was indeed a chance. Li Yibo's eyes lit up. But to everyone's surprise, although Lord Grimm looked like he was about to turn right, after taking one step, he suddenly began to swift run left. "Ah!" Pan Lin already let out a shout of surprise. If desert dust had leapt like he thought he would, never mind catching Lord Grimm, he would simply be 1,000 miles off. But desert dust hadn't moved, as though Han Wenking hadn't detected that chance at all. It was a feint, but unfortunately he didn't fool Han Wenking, Li Yibo said, as though nothing had happened. With regard to this match, his position couldn't be clearer. He resolutely supported Tyranny's Han Wenking. But he couldn't let it show too obviously, so he pretended to be very calm. Right now, Lord Grimm is heading left. Desert dust continues to chase him, but Coach Li, if Han Wenking had seen through Ye Xiu's feint, then he should have also seen that Ye Xiu was preparing to control Lord Grimm to move left-right. Then why didn't he make any anticipating movements? If he had, then he'd be able to catch him, right? Pan Lin asked. Li Yibo hesitated. That was right, why hadn't he? Desert dust also had a few explosive instant movement skills, and Han Wenking had been saving them all this time. But just now had been a pretty good opportunity. Why hadn't he used them? There was a chance, but it still wasn't good enough. At this time, Yu Wenzhou was also responding to Huang Xiaoshen's message. This still wasn't good enough. I'd say it was pretty perfect. But this time, Huang Xiaoshan disagreed with Yu Wenzhou's analysis. His earlier message had been just like what Pan Lin had said, about how Han Wenqing could have made a predictive movement in that moment. To you, maybe it was enough, but for him it may not have been enough. This was what Yu Wenzhou replied. Huang Xiaoshan paused, understanding Yu Wenzhou's meaning. Huang Xiaoshan hadn't had a firm grasp of that opportunity either, but a 50% chance of success was good enough for him to take action. In desperate times, 10% was good enough too. But for Han Wenqing, he was no longer at peak performance, and judging from his attitude and choices over the course of this season, he was very aware of this fact as well. A few years ago, if faced with that opportunity, Han Wenqing probably would have controlled Desert Dust forward without a second thought. He might have even been fooled by Ye Xiu's feint. But now, a false action, or an opportunity with a lower chance of success, wouldn't spur him into action lightly. He had changed, but in reality he wasn't actually beginning to retreat or anything. He was just valuing his own drive and vigor, because he knew that he no longer had the ability to repeatedly enter a high-intensity explosive state. While Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaoshan discussed Han Wenqing's choice from the perspective of opportunity, a discussion amongst the players of another team took it a step further. He didn't seize that chance, but he established a stronger suppressive atmosphere, said Jiang Batao of Samsara. Samsara had already entered the finals. The outcome of this match would tell them their opponent. Everyone on the team was curious about the result, and they were now gathered in front of the television to watch this match. From the performance, it looks like Ye Xiu has the advantage, but in reality he doesn't have the initiative, Jiang Batao said, consulting the teammate next to him. Zhou Zekai nodded. If it continues like this, because he also didn't fully understand the map, Sun Xiang couldn't make any particularly insightful predictions either. Who do you think will win? Jiang Batao, smiling, suddenly asked Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang was silent for a while before opening his mouth. I hope Ye Xiu wins. Understood. Jiang Batao continued to smile. After a year on the same team, he of course understood Sun Xiang's personality. He hoped that Ye Xiu would win, and he hoped that Happy would win, but it definitely wasn't because of any feelings of attachment toward Excellent Era or One Autumn Leaf. He hoped for this only because of last year's failure in the Challenger League. He received One Autumn Leaf from Ye Xiu, only for Ye Xiu to turn around with a new character, pull together a new team, and ferociously defeat him. Never mind an arrogant and proud youth like him, anyone in his place would feel incomparably depressed. Even though Samsara had won twice against Happy during the regular season, those matches didn't have the decisive finality that the Challenger League Finals or the League Playoffs did. Sun Xiang's frustration and depression couldn't be soothed by those two victories. He needed a more decisive stage, the playoffs. Seeing that Happy had the chance to make it to the playoffs, Sun Xiang was genuinely happy. The reason for this was, naturally, that he wanted to meet them on this stage. And then, when the final rankings and the playoffs bracket came out, it was revealed that there was only one chance for the two teams to meet, in the finals. For Sun Xiang, this stage couldn't be more perfect. It was 100 times more decisive than the Challenger League stage had been. But Sun Xiang was still a bit worried for Happy, fearing that they wouldn't be able to enter the finals. But now, Happy, Tyranny, this last match's outcome would determine who would meet Samsara in the playoffs. Out of all of Samsara, Sun Xiang was the most concerned about this. Half an hour before the match began, he was already waiting in front of the television. Turn around and face him. What are you running for? Sun Xiang was much more immersed in the battle than anyone else. But Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm still didn't turn around. The chase continued for another round, and a fork appeared up ahead once again. This was already the end of the map. Straight ahead was lava, so there was no way to continue forward, only left or right. All this time it had looked like desert dust was Ye Xiu's kite, only responding to his attacks. But at this moment he suddenly made a movement before any attack came. Desert dust suddenly headed left. Just as everyone was wondering whether it was intentional, Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm was already moving right. A mistake in prediction. Even as everyone wondered this, desert dust was already nimbly switching directions to head right. But it looked like the path he took wasn't headed directly for Lord Grimm. It seemed to be slanted, leaving him some space, positioning himself to force Lord Grimm toward the right. The experts all saw through it. Slanting leftward was a predictive move against the scenario that the opponent would go left. Ye Xiu, of course, could very easily not go left. And Han Wenking didn't care that his prediction wasn't correct, because his goal was simply to force Ye Xiu to go right. What was the point of going right? Turning right here meant sticking to the very south of this map. Not far from here was the position where desert dust had spawned. That was to say, that area was the area that Han Wenking had studied at the very start of the match, before the two sides had met. And to Ye Xiu, that area was a foreign area he had just stumbled into. The difference was between having glanced at it once before and only beginning to glance at it now. Would victory be determined by such a small difference? Everyone watched as Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm headed toward the area that Han Wenking had seen before. But then, he suddenly moved horizontally to the right, straight toward the lava. What was he doing? Everyone was only wondering, but Han Wenking's actions were even faster than their questions. Desert dust also immediately cut toward the lava. Lord Grimm jumped up, suicide. Of course not. In midair, the myriad manifestations umbrella opened. The spokes of the umbrella unfolded, rotor wing. Lord Grimm directly flew across the lava, heading toward the path that he had taken here. What about Han Wenking? He could turn right and see the path he had taken, but this lava in the middle wasn't something he could cross just with a jump. Ye Xiu had clearly waited for him to reach this position before taking that action. What was more awkward was that Han Wenking couldn't control desert dust to immediately turn and run after him. Ye Xiu had full control over his flight path with the rotor wing, so if Han Wenking tried to seize a position, Ye Xiu could simply turn around in midair. Lord Grimm jumped first, then activated the skill, giving him many possible positions to choose and leaving himself this room to breathe. Just a bit of maneuvering with so much hidden within. The audience couldn't grasp any of this in this moment, but all of the experts understood the difficult situation Han Wenking was currently in. But the more difficult the situation, the faster Han Wenking made his decision. Desert dust resolutely rushed forward. Had he judged where Lord Grimm would fly? But after seeing him move like this, Ye Xiu could simply control Lord Grimm to fly back. But just at that moment, desert dust's legs left the ground. He had actually jumped. Was he crazy? Everyone was shocked. It seemed as though Han Wenking wanted to directly attack Lord Grimm in midair, but no matter what, a striker couldn't jump that kind of distance, right? And this jump, wasn't it a bit short? It definitely wasn't at the limit. Wait a second. That thing sticking out of the bubbling lava, what was that? Chapter 1537, Achilles, Heel. Chapter 1537, Achilles Heel. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. The audience didn't have time to check closely what the thing floating in the lava was when desert dust dropped down. The lava splashed like water where his foot landed. It was only then did they notice that he had stepped onto that thing. His character didn't sink. This time, everyone could see clearly that the thing floating in the lava was a small rock, which could be used as a foothold. With how fast the lava and hot air flowed, it was a wonder how Han Wenking had discovered this hidden foothold. Nevertheless, they knew that once he landed on the foothold, he would be able to act again. Soaring Tiger. The force from the kick pushed the lava aside as desert dust flew into the air. Soaring Tiger didn't allow him to fly, but it was still a powerful jump. Han Wenking adjusted his jumping angle well. Desert Dust was like an artillery shell as he headed straight for Lord Grim, who had activated rotor wings. After they crashed into each other, where would they land? Perhaps even Han Wenking didn't know. He was only certain of one thing. Whether he fell into the lava or the water, he would definitely be able to drag Lord Grim together with him. Not good. Ye Xiu felt a bad premonition when he saw Desert Dust leap towards the lava. He didn't think the old rival of his was discouraged to the point of wanting to kill himself. During Han Wenking's first jump, Ye Xiu had anticipated where he would land. Even though he wasn't able to see the landing spot, Ye Xiu was certain that Han Wenking had found a place for him to jump again from. Soaring Tiger. Ye Xiu had made the prediction the moment Han Wenking acted. By the time he realized that Han Wenking would use this skill, Desert Dust had already landed on that small rock and used Soaring Tiger to rocket towards Lord Grim. However, this prediction was enough for Ye Xiu to react. Life and death in a match depended on these small moments. Lord Grim dropped down. An unexpected response. Forward, backwards, left, right, up. The audience had helped imagine the different scenarios for Ye Xiu. However, no one had expected him to go down. From everyone's perspective, by moving down, Lord Grim would be exactly where Han Wenking wanted him to be. Maybe it was precisely this reason that Han Wenking would be caught off guard. Some people thought of themselves as clever coming up with this reasoning. For example, Pan Lin. He was just about to say his thoughts, but the changes in the battle were too fast. There was no time for him to interject. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions suddenly sounded from in the air. Lord Grim had retracted his rotor wings. The myriad manifestations umbrella was held in front of him, sending anti-tank missiles towards the incoming Desert Dust. Desert Dust had no way to dodge these missiles from in the air. Soaring Tiger was still being used, though, so his character wouldn't be knocked back by the explosions. Desert Dust might not be knocked back, but Lord Grim would. Using the recoil from the anti-tank missiles, Lord Grim dropped even faster diagonally downwards. The lava was still beneath him. However, Lord Grim had plenty of skills in his arsenal. He had methods to move around in the air and get himself to shore. As for Desert Dust, Soaring Tiger had missed, and he had no way to move around in the air. It seemed like Han Wenking could only watch as his Desert Dust fell into the lava. Han Wenking's play HD been too risky. Countless people sighed. However, the two players on stage didn't think it was over. Han Wenking hadn't given up, and Ye Xiu didn't think that he was safe yet. Amidst the smoke and fire from the explosions, Desert Dust dropped down at a speed far faster than Lord Grim. 1,000-ton drop. Han Wenking had unexpectedly used this skill, and what he wanted was to fall down faster. When he reached Lord Grim's height, he cancelled 1,000-ton drop. Launching kick. Desert Dust moved sideways in the air, his legs kicking out. He was falling directly downwards, while Lord Grim was falling down diagonally. There was quite a bit of distance between them. However, Han Wenking reacted extremely fast. The moment the anti-tank missiles were fired, he had predicted that Lord Grim would fall down diagonally. It was at that moment he used 1,000-ton drop. One was moving diagonally downwards, while the other was moving straight downwards. The two characters had begun moving at slightly different times. However, 1,000-ton drop was faster. In the blink of an eye, Han Wenking had caught up, and Lord Grim was within launching kick's range. Even if unspecialized characters had plenty of ways to move around in the air, Han Wenking's response had been too fast. Ye Xiu had no time to use another skill. In that instant, Ye Xiu could only have Lord Grim raise his umbrella above him. He had to at least try to parry it. By parrying it, he could keep control of his character. If he was directly hit by Desert Dust's launching kick, Lord Grim would be sent flying towards wherever Han Wenking wanted. Their attacks met in the air. Ye Xiu watched the approaching attack carefully. Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella was held at a certain angle, ready to use the force from the kick to move where he wanted to. But Desert Dust had the same idea too. When his launching kick landed on the umbrella, Lord Grim used the force to fall down even faster, while Desert Dust twisted his body in the air, using his other leg to kick. Whirlwind kick. Combo. Despite being in the air, Han Wenking was able to complete a two-hit combo. His launching kick landed on the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, followed by a whirlwind kick. He was still falling down too, and he was even able to move horizontally again in the air. Everyone was struck dumb. How many inputs had been needed for him to borrow the force from launching kick to position his whirlwind kick? Pa! This time, the sound of a kick hitting flesh could be heard. It hit. Tyranny's fans were feeling excited, but when they took another look, no. Lord Grim had suddenly swung his arm. In his hand was part of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. He had actually been able to parry Desert Dust's whirlwind kick. The spectators weren't able to tell what skill Lord Grim had used. It wasn't possible for the parry to be from a normal attack. Whirlwind kick had a higher priority than normal attacks, and Lord Grim would have certainly been sent flying. Pa 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 pa. The audience kept hearing the sound of punches and kicks hitting flesh again and again. Desert Dust had the upper hand. No, it wasn't only Desert Dust punching and kicking. Lord Grim's Unspecialized was also using fighter skills to contend with Desert Dust at this close distance. It was close combat at a distance that couldn't get any closer. There was almost zero distance between them. Let alone a sword, even a dagger would be too long. Only punches and kicks could be used at this distance. Tyranny's fans felt exhilarated. If they fought like this, how could their captain not have the advantage? It was true that unspecialized characters had fighter skills, but how could they compare to a true striker? What's more, Han Wenking had immersed himself with this class for 10 years. At close combat, if he said he was second, who dared to say they were first? Not even Ye Xiu dared to. This time, they were right. Ye Xiu was proficient at all classes, but even so, his skill in this area couldn't compare to Han Wenking, who had been perfecting it for 10 years. In addition, there was a difference in their classes. Strikers were specialized in close combat. Desert Dust was outfitted in equipment specifically to buff his close combat capabilities. As for Lord Grim, even though he had a full set of silver equipment, it was more all-rounded. So that's the case. The eyes of the various pro players watching the match suddenly lit up. Ye Xiu was very well-rounded. When he came out of retirement with his Unspecialized, Lord Grim, he was displaying his knowledge as the glory textbook to the limit. Everyone felt their heads hurt facing him because no one could keep up with the constantly changing Unspecialized. As a result, they would often be on the defensive. However, Han Wenking, Ye Xiu's rival of 10 years, was now forcefully suppressing Ye Xiu because he wasn't competing with Ye Xiu all around, or trying to figure out the constantly changing Unspecialized. He was pulling Ye Xiu into his domain. By limiting the fight to close combat, even if Ye Xiu was proficient in all areas, many of his unspecialized skills couldn't be used in these conditions. He could only use the same method of fighting as Han Wenking to compete. His fundamentals at close combat may be exceptional, but it couldn't compare to Han Wenking's. The pro players watching immediately thought of ways to pull Ye Xiu into their area of expertise, but as they thought about it, most of the players immediately felt grieved. Even if they fought with Ye Xiu in their own domain, it wouldn't be enough to give them an overwhelming advantage against him. It seemed like only a god like Han Wenking with 10 years of experience in one area would be able to have this effect. The viewers all had their own thoughts, but the match continued. Everyone felt like Han Wenking would be able to hold the upper hand with this way of fighting, but they forgot that this situation couldn't continue forever because the two were in the air. Lord Grim's previous escape route had been cut off by Desert Dust. The two fought as they dropped towards the lava. Han Wenking didn't seem to notice. He was completely unconcerned. Desert Dust's offense didn't expose any openings, so Ye Xiu was helpless. He wanted to try get away, but at this close of a distance he could only fight. Skills from other classes. There was no point thinking about them. If those skills were used, Han Wenking would mercilessly interrupt them because they were too slow. The instant the two characters were about to fall into the lava, Desert Dust suddenly trembled. Reinforced iron bones. He had unexpectedly activated this skill at such a crucial moment. Was he planning on using his increased defense and super armor to find an opportunity after they fell into the lava? Everyone thought those were his intentions, when Desert Dust suddenly used High Kick. High Kick had a knock-up effect. Han Wenking hadn't used the skill before. He knew that Ye Xiu would definitely tank a movement displacement skill like High Kick and use the opportunity to escape, but even so, he decided to use it at this moment. Why? Even Ye Xiu hesitated. If that kick had come earlier, he definitely would have took the hit, but using it at this moment, no matter how he looked at it, it must be some sort of trap, block. Ye Xiu reacted based on his understanding of Han Wenking. He didn't tank this very suspicious kick. He put up his arms to block it, but the kick suddenly changed direction and missed. Then his legs suddenly swung down. Desert Dust's upper body seemed to want to rise up as a result. This is Eagle Stamp. This strange way of using the skill made Ye Xiu hesitate again. He could only hastily try to block the attack. Pa! The kick struck Lord Grimm's arms. Desert Dust used the momentum to leap into the air, while Lord Grimm dropped down into the lava. Flames immediately enveloped Lord Grimm. The lava constantly dealt damage to Lord Grimm. And at the same time, at max level, Eagle Stamp could be used 5 times. Desert Dust had only used one previously, so he followed again another 4 times. Han Wenking, this isn't right. At this moment of life and death, Ye Xiu still had the time to trash talk. Lord Grimm was half immersed in the lava, the fire damage eating away at his health. As for Desert Dust, he was stepping on Lord Grimm again, pogo sticking off his head. By using Eagle Stamp, would Desert Dust be able to get back to land? No. But by doing this, he would fall into the lava later, and Lord Grimm would take more damage from the lava. As a result, Desert Dust would have a health lead. The brave Han Wenking only had victory on his mind against Ye Xiu, and he would take these little selfish schemes too. Chapter 1538, The Boiling Rock. Chapter 1538, The Boiling Rock. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Desert Dust looked like an eagle spreading his wings as he used Eagle Stamp. The stadium erupted with applause. They might not understand Han Wenking's true intentions, but the scene in front of them was showing Desert Dust repeatedly stepping on Lord Grimm, forcing him into the lava. So what if Desert Dust would soon fall into the lava too? It was more than enough to make the Tyranny fans feel like they had the upper hand. It's not going to be so easy. The more perceptive viewers had already noticed that there were movements coming from Lord Grimm. How could Ye Xiu be so easy to deal with? Of course not. Just a second ago, he had the time to type out some trash talk. Hand seals. Hidden by the waves of lava from the fall, Lord Grimm's 2 hands moved in a blur. A ninjutsu seal was instantly completed. Even though Lord Grimm would certainly fall into the lava, he had been able to escape from Desert Dust's range, allowing him to use other skills. Poof. With a gentle poof, Lord Grimm turned into a cloud of smoke. The shadow clone had been instantly destroyed by the heat from the lava. Shadow clone technique. Lord Grimm had used the ninja skill commonly used for movement. Where was his real body? Splash, 2 sounds one after the other. Lord Grimm appeared where the shadow clone had just disappeared from. What's going on? Everyone was confused. That obviously couldn't have been where Ye Xiu had planned on moving to. There was only explanation. His shadow clone technique had somehow been interrupted. A replay. A replay was needed. No one understood what had happened in that instant. Only the 2 players on stage knew. Eagle Stamp, number 6. After the 5 kicks from Eagle Stamp, Ye Xiu immediately used a shadow clone technique. However, he hadn't expected a 6th kick to follow, and this 6th kick had interrupted his shadow clone technique. The shadow clone destroyed by the lava had been a failed clone. The real body hadn't been able to escape and was stepped on again. A 6th kick from Eagle Stamp had indeed been outside of Ye Xiu's expectations, but he didn't think it was impossible. Eagle Stamp's limit was 5 kicks. After the level 75 level cap increase, the max level for Eagle Stamp had increased as well. The number of times it could be used was still 5, but this max level increase was only the max level that could be added using skill points. Equipment that increased skill levels could break through this max level limit and continue raising it. Evidently, Desert Dust had equipment that raised Eagle Stamp's level, and it looked like it raised it high enough for him to use 6 kicks. Unless you saw it in action, there was no way to know. Silver equipment stats were hidden. After 10 years, the current Desert Dust had no orange equipment. The viewers still didn't know what had happened, but they did see that the shadow clone technique had been interrupted. In any case, applause first. Amidst the applause, Lord Grimm swung his myriad manifestations umbrella out of the lava like a dragon flying out from the sea. The lava slid down from it, creating a rain of fire. The myriad manifestations umbrella was in its original form as it swung towards Desert Dust. The original umbrella form was considered a priest weapon. As a result, some people were able to determine what skill Lord Grimm had suddenly used. Knight's skill, heroic leap. There was nothing Han Wenking could do. Nothing. He could predict the shadow clone technique because it was a sub-level 20 skill. It was a skill that was a part of an unspecialized toolkit. Shadow clone technique was extremely useful in his situation, which was why he had paused after 5 kicks from Eagle Stamp. He had left an opening for Ye Xiu. When he saw Lord Grimm form the seals, he had Desert Dust kick a 6th time, interrupting the ninjutsu art. But a heroic leap. If it was level 20 plus skill, it meant that it was a bonus skill added onto the myriad manifestation umbrella's priest form. Apart from class advancement and class awakening skills, any mid or high level skill of the same class could be added to a weapon. Teams frequently took advantage of this point. They made changes to the skills attached to their weapons to give a surprise to their opponents. However, there had never been a weapon like the Myriad Manifestations umbrella before. It had 12 different forms, which meant 12 different high-level skills encompassing all 6 superclasses. The surprise was too big and couldn't be eliminated. Han Wenking could predict the shadow clone technique, but there was no way he could have predicted a heroic leap. Han Wenking had made some precautions, though. Reinforced iron bones. Before Desert Dust had used Eagle Stamp, he had activated reinforced iron bones. The buff was still active on him. Han Wenking had the super armor active in case that Ye Xiu did something outside of his predictions. He hadn't thought that he could truly completely suppress Ye Xiu. If not, the legendary dynasty established in the early years of the Alliance wouldn't have been by excellent era, but tyranny. Lord Grimm jumped high out of the lava with a heroic leap. The strike from his umbrella looked extremely imposing too, but Han Wenking knew that the strike was flashy but not threatening. The attack priority from heroic leap didn't come until the user landed on the ground. No matter how fearsome Lord Grimm may look, just one punch from his Desert Dust would be enough to send him flying. But Han Wenking didn't want to do this. Send him flying away. Ye Xiu could take the opportunity to get back onto the land. And then with Desert Dust in the lava, wouldn't that just be suicide? The plan stays the same. He wasn't afraid of falling into the lava, but no matter what, he needed to drag Lord Grimm with him. Desert Dust readied himself. Han Wenking stared closely at the path of Lord Grimm's weapon. Xiu. The myriad manifestations umbrella changed forms, as expected. Han Wenking hadn't been surprised at all. He had guessed that Ye Xiu wouldn't actually use heroic leap to attack him. The attack wouldn't even be able to break Desert Dust's super armor. Ye Xiu will definitely use a different attack. Han Wenking had guessed right. His line of sight never left the myriad manifestations umbrella. As the umbrella quickly changed forms, it swung towards Desert Dust. "I've been waiting." Desert Dust's two hands clapped together, empty-handed blade block, locked in place. He locked the umbrella in place firmly. A dismantle skill. A block and then a throw. Go down. Desert Dust wanted to use the umbrella to throw Lord Grim back into the lava, but to his surprise, his throw failed. How? In all his years as a striker, he had never seen empty-handed blade block miss after blocking an attack. A dismantle skill had two parts, a block and a throw. Although it consisted of two parts, they were linked together. After the block, it shouldn't be possible to avoid the throw. At this moment, although the myriad manifestations umbrella had been blocked, it hadn't finished transforming. The umbrella pulled open, and the ribs of the umbrella squeezed together in the form of an arc. It hung there as if it would fall off at any moment. This form is a scythe. From knight's sword into scythe. A scythe was a priest weapon, so it wouldn't affect the heroic leap because it was priest skill too. Priest skills, Lord Grim pulled back on the umbrella. The form changed again, and the umbrella split into two halves, which flew back to Lord Grim's hands as if they had grown wings. Fly back. Han Wenking realized what had happened. Spirit guidance. Exorcist skill, spirit guidance. It was an attack where the weapon flew towards the target. In other words, when the myriad manifestations umbrella transformed from knight's sword to priest's scythe, it was considered as a flying weapon and not in Lord Grim's hands. Dismantle skills worked on flying weapons, but in that case it could only block, not throw. The other person was more than 10 steps away from you. How were you supposed to throw him? Although Lord Grim was extremely close to Desert Dust, that was how the system judged it. Empty-handed blade block had blocked a flying weapon, so the block hadn't locked Lord Grim in place. As a result, Lord Grim could dodge the throw. After dealing with Desert Dust's attack, the umbrella split into tonfas. A cold light glinted. Brawler skill, poison needle, another skill attached to a weapon. At this close of a distance, there was nowhere to run. The poison needle hit. The damage wasn't high, nor was the dot threatening. However, poison needle broke super armor. Lord Grim's poison needle was only level 1, even so, it removed super armor for up to 5 seconds. For the current situation, it was more than enough. 5 seconds was enough for the two to fall into the lava 8 times. The moment poison needle came out, Lord Grim took a step forward. There was nowhere to run to in the air, and with his super armor broken, Han Wenking's Desert Dust could only try to parry the blows. Pa, splash, pa, eagle stamp. Lord Grim also used an eagle stamp. It didn't matter if it dealt damage or if Han Wenking parried it. With 3 eagle stamps, Desert Dust fell into the lava. Lord Grim finished it with 2 more stamps. The applause was still going. Tyranny's fans obviously didn't want to give Ye Xiu applause. Happy's fans were in Tyranny's home stadium and weren't able to make such loud noises. The applause had been for Desert Dust breaking Lord Grim's shadow clone technique, sending him into the lava again. But the reversal had happened too quickly. While the crowd was still clapping, Lord Grim used heroic leap, soul guidance to cheat Desert Dust's empty-handed block, poison needle to break the super armor, and then eagle stamp to send Desert Dust into the lava. This was how fast top pro players played. Using seconds to count was too slow. Tyranny's fans hadn't been able to stop their applause when Ye Xiu finished his series of inputs. Their captain was now the one in the lava. Words couldn't describe how fast the reversal had been. How long could characters stay in the air? Even in this short amount of time, several back and forths had occurred. In the end, Desert Dust had fallen into the lava. Lord Grim used Eagle Stamp to get into the air, and then with the skills available to him, who knew if he would be able to get back to land. There was nothing Han Wenking could do. However, he knew that if he let Lord Grimm get back to land, the fight would be over. He had to drag him down no matter what. Desert dust flickered in the lava cloud body. His hand moved in a blur to grab Lord Grimm's retracting foot at a tricky angle, just a bit off. Desert dust hadn't fallen to the bottom yet. His body was still sinking. Although he could stretch his hands out, the sinking made him miss just by a bit. Suddenly, Lord Grimm dropped down into Desert Dust's hands. How? The more vigilant spectators thought that this was some sort of trap from Ye Xiu, but the experts could immediately tell that Ye Xiu hadn't intended for this to happen. Ye Xiu couldn't have done anything about it. The grab from Desert Dust hadn't been a normal grab. Grappler skill, overhead toss. In today's life and death match, Han Wenking had given Desert Dust this skill. Overhead toss. It was a grab with extremely high priority against those in the air. It was through this high priority that he was able to reach his target. Toss. Lava splashed everywhere. This time Lord Grimm didn't just drop into it. After being tossed by Desert Dust, Lord Grimm split apart the lava. The lava fell back and swallowed Lord Grimm whole. Everyone was dumbstruck. They didn't know what happened when the lava swallowed someone completely. From their intuition, shouldn't the person be burned into nothing but bones? Han Wenking didn't dare relax, though. He stepped forward, relying on his intuition to continue attacking Lord Grimm. But before he could take a second step, a figure suddenly appeared from behind Desert Dust. It was as if a mass of flames had crashed into Desert Dust. Ninjutsu, Underground Tunneling Technique. Chapter 1539, Beneath the Lava. Chapter 1539, Beneath the Lava. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. Underground Tunneling Technique. The crowd gaped at the sight of Lord Grimm emerging from the lava, resembling the Human Torch. Even though they knew this was only a game, to see someone drill underneath the lava and then emerge slashing out with their whole body on fire was still an awesome sight to see. Applaud him. We can't. This was Ye Xiu. How could we applaud? Tyranny fans forcibly suppressed their impulses. The applause that was originally meant for Han Wenking when he interrupted shadow clone technique turned into background accompaniment for Ye Xiu's retaliation in an instant. Tyranny fans were conflicted. They had to suppress it. Everyone gritted their teeth. It wasn't like they could boo such a spectacular play. That would be too heartless. Go Captain Han. Tyranny fans could only change the topic like this. They were determined not to show any appreciation to Ye Xiu's performance. Even Han Wenking, who had been ready for a follow-up, did not expect Ye Xiu's retaliation to be so swift and fierce. Underground tunneling technique, then a blade that went straight for the neck. Blood spurted out and was instantly turned to steam by the scalding lava. Desert Dust turned his body sharply and a fist flew out. Did Ye Xiu want to follow up underground tunneling technique with a neck bind technique? Almost any somewhat experienced glory player would make this assessment, let alone Han Wenking, who had 10 years' experience. Both Han Wenking's assessment and the follow-up strike were reflexive. It was precise and fast, and no ninja could possibly continue their combo after his interrupting strike. But there was no follow-up to begin with. Han Wenking's reaction was followed immediately by distress. Underground tunneling technique followed by neckbind technique was a common ninja tactic, but the bastard in front of him wasn't a ninja. Underground tunneling technique was already an additional skill bound to the myriad manifestation umbrella. He wouldn't waste another on neckbind technique just for this simple combo. Han Wenking's second assessment was correct. His reflexive strike had missed. Lord Grimm did not use a neckbind technique. Then what is he going to do? His mind immediately filled with the hundreds of glory skills that existed. There was no way to make a judgment call. He'd have to go by his experience and instincts. Han Wenking did not wait for Desert Dust to stabilize his stance and directly sent out a stomach kick. Desert Dust raised his leg and then thrust directly backwards. Oh, 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 oh. Clap, 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 clap. Tyranny fans were quick to cheer and applaud. This kick was perfect. The target was behind him and out of sight, yet he still managed to find Lord Grimm's chest so accurately. This was experience, this was awareness. But they saw a blur straight after. The Lord Grimm that took a stomach kick was actually a shadow clone. Where was the real one? The real one was directly behind Desert Dust, and the blade that came from the myriad manifestations umbrella was viciously thrusted into Desert Dust's waist. From the viciousness and deadliness, you could instantly tell this was an assassin skill. Flickering stab. The skill only had a range of 1 unit away and didn't sound as impressive as teleporting stab, which could ambush from 3 units away. But true experts knew that the 1 unit distance of flickering stab was far more abrupt than the 3 unit distance of teleporting stab, and was much harder or even almost impossible to guard against. Once again, the Tyranny fans' cheering and applause became accompaniment for Lord Grimm's attack. This time, they couldn't even spare the time to feel peeved. Seeing their captain come out at a disadvantage again made them extremely agitated. They really wanted to just whip out their account cards, log into the arena and tier Lord Grimm a new one personally. The blade slid out, bringing along with it beads of blood. But on this glowing red lava, the crimson blood was no longer striking to the eye, and it was visible for a second before it was evaporated into steam. Back combo. Ye Xiu would never miss an opportunity like this. Lord Grimm continued to strike at Desert Dust's back. The lava gurgled and splashed. The two characters stood in the middle of the field of lava. It seemed unlikely that they would be able to escape. The lava's damage was not low, and any damage done by attacks on each other was just adding fuel to the fire. Anyone could see that this battle would not last for much longer. One combo was enough to defeat a character when combined with the lava damage. Victory would be decided within several seconds or even sooner. Han Wenking was currently at a disadvantage. Would he just lose like this? Not yet. Desert Dust suddenly twisted around. Double Tiger Palm. Ye Xiu's experience was incomparably rich. He could tell which skill his opponent was about to use just from the way they squared their shoulders. He quickly had Lord Grimm retreat a tiny step. Bam! Hit. Ye Xiu was stunned. The skill was indeed Double Tiger Palm, but what hit Lord Grimm was not a palm but an elbow. Compared to the palm, attacking with the elbows would have the effective attack range. But using the skill while twisting his body would increase the speed at which it was released. So there was even an effect like this. Even Ye Xiu was taken aback. He found that Han Wenking had made many changes, of which there was no shortage of research and reform of the striker's battle tactics. However, using Double Tiger Palm like so was never seen before. Ye Xiu wasn't sure if Han Wenking was never given the chance, or if under the current life-threatening situation, this creation was forged on the spot from 10 years of experience. One hit to snatch back the initiative. Following the twist of his body, Desert Dust launched his offensive. Ferocious Tiger Flurry, directly following up with a high-level skill. Straightforward and valiant. Would Ferocious Tiger Flurry be enough to finish his opponent, combined with the damage over time from the lava? No one could make this call in this moment. First, the unfamiliarity with the map meant the exact damage of the lava was unknown. Secondly, Ferocious Tiger Flurry was similar to a Blade Master's formless Phantom Blade. They were skills that required continual input to keep unleashing attacks, and the damage would thus depend on both the attacker's execution and the defender's reaction. The skill had begun, but the details would decide whether the full damage would be dealt in the end. Right now, first punch, hit. Double Tiger Palm comboing into a Ferocious Tiger Flurry. The first punch came from quickly extending the bent elbow. The strike was as natural as it was fast. There was no way to dodge or parry it. Han Wenqing did not decide to follow up with ferocious tiger flurry just because he wanted to look courageous or heroic. After the second hit, a disturbance could be seen in the lava. Then a fist followed and hit again. However, the system's combo count jumped twice. 3 hits, 4 hits. What? Many people were confused. How was it a 4-hit combo? The third hit came from under the lava. Li Yibo was rather quick to notice this time in the broadcast. He realized the third hit was a kick, but because Desert Dust's body was submerged in the lava, which was not see-through like water, most people missed it. 5 hits. The combo counter ticked up once again. But this time, there was a collective, regretful sigh from the stadium, because this time, Ye Xiu finally reacted. Lord Grimm raised a half-section of the myriad manifestation umbrella and used an attack to parry the hit. Attacking to parry was to defend with an attack. The damage may or may not be fully mitigated, but regardless, it still counted as a hit for the attacker and was different from directly avoiding the attack. Directly after 6 hits, this attack was also parried, this time by the other half-section of the umbrella in Lord Grimm's other hand. "He's dual-wielding," someone yelled. Dual-wielding was the counter to parrying. It could also be used very effectively to parry with attacks. In many situations, using a skill to parry while dual-wielding could successfully parry an attack which would otherwise have much higher priority than the skill that was used. However, Han Wenqing's Desert Dust unleashed ferocious tiger flurry. His attack speed increased explosively. It was absolutely impossible to dual-wield parry the whole skill. At this point, dual-wielding can only hope to keep up with the increased attack speed. Using only a single weapon would be able to parry one strike of ferocious tiger flurry, and then leave the defender open to a second hit. Despite this, only using the weapon's dual-wield attribute in combination with normal attacks, how could he hope to completely stop the priority of a level 70 skill? Every attack looked like it was parried, but in the end the attack still pressed onto his body. The attack damage was only reduced by tiny amounts. Tiny amounts would still add up when the attacks came continuously. Right now, the major damage over time did not come from the attacks, but rather the lava's burn damage. Lord Grimm had the advantage in health from the initiative he gained earlier. Now, Desert Dust was retaliating, attempting to catch up from the deficit. Ye Xiu doing his best to parry was clearly a method to reduce as much of Desert Dust's damage output as possible. Everyone was fixated nervously on the 2 characters' health bars. Lord Grimm had more health, but it was also decreasing faster. Desert Dust had less health, but was only taking lava damage right now. If this continued, who would win? Their health bars were both depleting and the values were getting closer. The attacks from ferocious tiger flurry were coming to an end. They're even. The health bars of both sides were the same right now. The stadium erupted in joy. Tyranny's fans were excitedly anticipating their victory. The health bars were even, but there was the last and strongest hit of ferocious tiger flurry left. This final strike will put Desert Dust in the lead. Although the lead was tiny, the lava damage would decide who would win, because their health bars were so close to being depleted. As long as Desert Dust avoided taking damage after this final strike, victory would surely be his. Bang! The final punch of ferocious tiger flurry sent Lord Grimm flying backwards. The distance between the 2 characters widened, and close combat skills would not have an effect anymore. The lava was about to determine the winner. A flash of sword light was seen. Sword draw. Lord Grimm, who was currently flying backwards, somehow managed to send out a sword draw. Desert Dust could not take another hit, and at this moment all the Tyranny fans' hearts jumped to their throats. Right at that moment they saw Desert Dust roll towards the side. "It's all over," Tyranny fans cried out in their minds. In this key moment, how did the captain make such a mistake? Sword draw's slash was horizontal. What good would a horizontal roll do? Do you want to hide under the lava? That wouldn't help either. Ye Xiu was crafty. This sword draw had an angle to it and maximized its coverage. Even the lava had been slashed apart. A spark of hope lit up the fans' hearts. In the lava that was slashed apart by the sword draw, a molten rock was visible. Ching! The sword light landed on this rock. What about desert dust? After the roll, he ended up on the other side of the rock. Han Wenking knew well in advance that Ye Xiu would rush to attack during the knockback and right after the last strike of ferocious tiger flurry. He had an escape route in mind. Sheltering behind that rock would block any attack from the front. He won. Tyranny's fans were already cheering victoriously. The 2 health bars were sliding towards nothingness, and Lord Grimm's was shorter so it would reach 0 first. Even though securing a win by that tiny margin wasn't meaningful for the group arena, a win was a win. More so, this win was against Ye Xiu, who had never lost an individual round yet. Was there any better feeling? But just at that moment, Desert Dust's life suddenly ticked down a chunk during the steady decrease due to the lava. Glory. When the large letters declared the end of the match, the last one standing was Lord Grimm. What? The stadium immediately exploded. How? How was this possible? Where did that burst of damage come from? Did lava somehow have burst damage? If so, why would it suddenly happen at this moment in particular? That would be too cruel of a prank, right? The righteous tyranny fans all stood up in sync as if they wanted to charge onto the stage. What the hell was this? There had to be some kind of explanation. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? It wasn't just the tyranny fans who were confused by this sudden burst of damage. The broadcast team, the referees, the pro players, too many people were baffled. This kind of situation called for an instant replay. There had to be an explanation for this. Right now, it hadn't been found, so everything was being played back on the big screen. Even the holographic projection technology gave up the usual display of the winning character's model. There was no need to draw needless aggro from the crowd. The holograms were also replaying the last moments of the fight. The stadium was quiet as the grave. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the replay of that single moment. Once, twice, 3 times. The moment was very short and could only be replayed like so. But where to look? Some people were watching Lord Grimm's actions. Some were watching desert dust. Some were watching the change in the flowing lava. At this moment, the system's final damage summary was pulled out. The system would not lie. It faithfully recorded every bit of the match from start to finish. These records would paint a picture and put everyone a step closer to the answer. Lord Grimm's last damage taken. Ferocious Tiger Flurry's last punch plus lava damage. Desert Dust's last damage taken. Lava damage and Waltzing Wave Sword. Spellblade skill, Waltzing Wave Sword. The silence in the stadium is still deafening. After the system's damage summary appeared, the replay could finally zoom into the area of interest. Under the lava, Waltzing Wave Sword moved soundlessly. Any visible trace of movement was completely obscured by the intense battle of the 2 characters, which churned the lava furiously. Waltzing Wave Sword actually happened before the sword draw. Just like Desert Dust's kick from under the lava during Ferocious Tiger Flurry, Waltzing Wave Sword was unleashed silently from under the lava. By the time the sword flickered, it was already the sword light from sword draw. The sword draw was blocked by the rock. But Waltzing Wave Sword's attack was not in a straight line, it traveled in an arc. It looped around the molten rock and managed to catch Desert Dust. Turns out it wasn't some burst damage from the lava. It did come from the player's own hand, Lord Grimm's attack. The silence was crushing. The long silence was finally broken violently. Ye Xiu, you're fucking shameless. Ye Xiu, go die in a hole. Kill him. Chapter 1540, No Need for Comfort. Chapter 1540, No Need for Comfort. Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami Tyranny's fans could accept defeat. They had always prioritized the process over the end outcome. The 1v1 had been intense and high-level. It was absolutely a rare scene, and everyone was more than satisfied with it. Although from Tyranny's perspective, this outcome was truly very annoying. A second earlier, they had thought that Ye Xiu would lose. His 1v1 win streak would finally be broken. This sort of excitement would have reached the same levels as when Tyranny had toppled Excellent Era's dynasty in the 4th season. But it was only for 1 second. Life was a roller coaster. This single second fully embodied this saying. Tyranny's fans could accept the defeat, but they could not accept the sudden drop from excitement to disappointment. The main culprit, Ye Xiu. Tyranny's fans had always hated Ye Xiu. Right now, how could they be in the mood to congratulate the winner? Han Wenqing walked out from Tyranny's player booth. The angry clamor from Tyranny's fans suddenly quieted down. Their hearts hurt for their captain. Wouldn't he be the one who felt the sudden up and down the most? Wouldn't he be the one who felt the worst? The noise from the crowd became quieter and quieter. Everyone was looking at Han Wenqing, who was walking down from the stage. His posture was as straight as ever. His footsteps were firm and powerful. As he walked, he waved his hands towards Tyranny's fans. Then he waved towards everyone in the crowd. It was the same as he always did every time a match ended. Sure enough, their captain wouldn't fall from a defeat, even if it had been from such an unexpected and disgusting reversal. The crowd instantly erupted again. Instead of wasting their efforts cursing at Ye Xiu, it'd be better to give their captain some applause. Han Wenqing continued to wave his hands amidst the thunderous applause, and just like this, he walked back to Tyranny's seats. Everyone in Tyranny stood up and applauded their captain. Console him. No need. Their captain would never console a teammate who had lost. At the same time, he didn't need any comforting either when he lost. A defeat was nothing special. Tyranny had experienced it many times. Needing someone to comfort them was too shameful. If a man couldn't even accept defeat, how could anyone comfort him? I've calculated how much damage the lava does. I recommend that Lin Jingyan go up next. There wasn't a single word about the battle that had just transpired. Tyranny's vice-captain Zhang Xinji directly brought up their arrangements for their next battle. Okay, Han Wenqing nodded his head. Okay, I'll go. Lin Jingyan nodded his head. He left Tyranny's bench and headed towards the stage. From the previous fight, we can see that Ye Xiu has added heroic leap, poison needle underground tunneling technique, flickering stab, and waltzing wave slash onto his weapon forms. When they finally talked about the battle that had just ended, it was from a review perspective. When the skill waltzing wave slash was mentioned, the cause for the sudden reversal, their expressions didn't change in the slightest. That's not even half, Han Wenqing said regretfully. Yes, the tempo is just too fast, Zhang Xinji said. The fight between the two had happened mostly in the air. Once they fell into the lava dealt the majority of the damage came. The number of skills that the two could use effectively while in the lava was in fact quite limited. Lord Grimm could attach a total of 12 bonus skills onto his myriad manifestations umbrella, and he had only used 5 of those 12 thus far. That meant there were still 7 unknown skills. It would be an unknown factor in the team competition. The vice-captain and captain of Tyranny were mainly concerned about this unknown factor. Lin Jingyan probably wouldn't be able to find any more of those bonus skills because Lord Grimm's health was almost 0. He was probably at 1 or 2% health. The battle would be over in an instant. At the start of the second round, Ye Xiu even announced in the public chat, "You've won." "Haha, I'd be quite happy if you surrendered," Lin Jingyan replied. "I can't do that, you'd better hurry," Ye Xiu replied. Lin Jingyan's dark thunder set out. Boos from the crowd soon followed. The boos obviously weren't for Lin Jingyan but Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu's words were one thing but his actions showed otherwise. His Lord Grimm was healing himself at the moment. Holy light flashed. When the match started, Lord Grimm remained where he was and immediately started healing. Although with only low-level skills and no healing buffs, Lord Grimm's healing capabilities could only be used as emergency saves. Trying to completely heal himself to full like this wasn't possible. The 1v1 map wasn't large. Even though Lin Jingyan was playing on this map for the first time, he had been watching the previous fight. And with everyone analyzing the map together, they had grasped bits and pieces of the map. His movements were firm, and he headed straight for the enemy spawn point. "Hey, you'd better not be healing," Lin Jingyan suddenly said in the chat. "You really are going to win. I've been seen through," Ye Xiu replied. Lin Jingyan was helpless. It looked like he couldn't take the easy way out. He had to be careful too. He couldn't let Ye Xiu take out too much of health. Soon, Lord Grimm entered his line of sight. White light was flashing and flashing. Lord Grimm had been healing the entire time, no. Ye Xiu soon saw the approaching dark thunder as well and immediately typed out into the chat, "Can't you wait a bit longer?" Lin Jingyan ignored him. They were about to start fighting. He needed to concentrate. He couldn't give Ye Xiu any opportunities. Chat. It was now time for him to ignore everything. In terms of range, Lord Grimm had a long range than Dark Thunder, so Dark Thunder had to enter Lord Grimm's range first. Lin Jingyan immediately became even more cautious. Dark Thunder started to slow down as he carefully observed Lord Grimm's movements and the terrain around him. "I guess that's it," Ye Xiu sighed. During this time, he had been able to heal 6% of his health back. It was now a 7% health Lord Grimm against a 100% health Dark Thunder. It was very possible for one touch into death in this map due to the lava. Lin Jingyan subconsciously had his Dark Thunder stay farther away from the lava. If he wasn't careful and was knocked into the lava, it would be devastating for him. As he grew nearer, Lord Grimm still didn't act. Dark Thunder only needed 3 more steps for Lord Grimm to enter his attack range, when finally, Lord Grimm raised his umbrella in front of him. Lin Jingyan immediately moved his mouse back and forth, so Dark Thunder would move erratically. He wouldn't be moving in a straight line, nor in a predictable left and right zigzag. He wasn't going to make it easy for Ye Xiu to hit him. Bang bang, 2 gunshots. Ye Xiu had Lord Grimm attack. The myriad manifestations umbrella's gun form was a rifle, which could fire 2 times in a row. The damage from normal attacks posed no threat, but if he could dodge them, why not dodge them? After dodging the 2 bullets, he looked at Lord Grimm again. Lord Grimm wasn't facing him, but rather to the side. He wants to play dirty. Lin Jingyan had been Fang Rui's partner for many years. He was very acute towards this sort of playing, turning to the side to prevent the enemy from seeing everything. Fang Rui was an expert at it. He hid his character's hands, so the opponent wouldn't be able to figure out what skill he was planning on using. The hand movements were crucial, so what skill did he plan on using? Shadow clone technique. That was Lin Jingyan's first thought. Ninjas had been the first to come up with this technique of hiding their hands, who made it so most of their skills required hand seals. Shadow clone technique required hand seals, and Ye Xiu often used it. Lin Jingyan's thought process was very logical. He immediately had his character roll to the side while swinging his claw towards the side. 1 Night 8 Desolates. This was the name of Dark Thunder's silver weapon. He had 4 claws on each hand. The color and luster were rather dull and didn't give off any light. These claws swung in a semicircle motion. "Old Lin, you overthought it," Ye Xiu messaged. 1 Night 8 Desolates missed. After Dark Thunder rolled, he adjusted his view and now he was facing Lord Grimm directly. There weren't any hand movements, just the muzzle of a gun. Boom, 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 anti-tank missiles.